Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. The nation is currently experiencing a lot of rainfall, which is causing a lot of disaster, flooding in various parts of the country. Yesterday we highlighted the situation that was in Pakwach Bridge, and I'm reliably informed that the taxi that was trapped in amidst the flood was successfully retrieved and the passengers are safe. However, on a sad note, in the process of rescue, we lost one of the engineers of UNRWA, and that was really a very tragic incident that took place. But we must take note that the floods are all over the country. When you go to the east, the floods are there. I'm informed the Nabionga Road Bridge entering Mbale is off. You cannot enter. A road between Mbale and Soroti, you can't cross. Tirinyi Road has the same problem. Bulambuli, and last night Honorable Sasaga sent me pictures of people who had died of the floods. So that is happening in the country, and specifically the landslides. The landslides in Blambuli have been reported to have buried 40 households across the estimated 6 villages. The process of recovering the bodies is ongoing. We really need an urgent action from the Prime Minister's office. That's the Minister of Disaster, and these people need to be supported. And based on that, it now takes us back to the issue of the Uganda Red Cross Act. The Uganda Red Cross Act was enacted in 1964. It's almost obsolete now. We need government to ensure that the Uganda Red Cross Act bill is brought back to this house, and then we have an act that helps on what should be done and how these people should be operating. We need a legal framework on which Uganda Red Cross should be operating. Honorable members, as we commemorate the World AIDS Day on 1st 2024, this day will fall on Sunday. As such, we will invoke a Rule 25(1) of the Rules of Procedure to vary the order paper and accommodate a statement from the Minister of Presidency, whom I don't see here. So we need a statement for that. And in the public gallery there, I'm seeing some body cladded on orange. That is against domestic violence. Madam Anyoti, you're most welcome, and we want to thank you so much. And we'll also expect a statement on issues of domestic violence. But I don't see a person here. And based on that, now that the people have not yet come, we'll ask Lob Wolvare and give Lob to present his brief statement of findings of his oversight role. Your reaction on my statement, Honorable Tinka.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication. And I remember yesterday when I was in the House, you had asked government to immediately respond to the crisis on Pakwach Bridge. Right Honorable Speaker, you referred to us having lost an engineer from UNRA. It is sorry indeed. Our condolences to the family and to government that has lost such an experienced person. Right Honorable Speaker, we recently rationalized UNRA. And from my past experience, whenever we would have a crisis, we had a number of phone calls to call of, if you would not reach the director in Kampala, you would call regional manager and a number of other engineers to call at UNRA to come and respond to the crisis, particularly in our respective constituencies. The rationalization meant it is the commissioner, the chief, is it the chief engineer? The engineer in chief, who is now in charge of coordinating, maybe and receiving of course. You will agree with me that it is very difficult for him to receive phone calls from the number of constituencies that we have in this country. So we would ask the minister for works to provide lines we can call that they can respond to various crises that are going or happening in our respective constituencies. The roads which UNRWA used to do, because of the rains, they have been washed away. Some bridges have been washed away, and we are stuck. We are stuck. We are on the floor of the house. There is no minister from works. Even if I got out to go and call that engineer, the whole day I will not be able to talk to him. So we are like hitting a dead end. I will use this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, when you have made that communication and mention of UNRWA that was politely abolished into rationalization, that we be helped to have those telephone lines. I beg to submit.
Thank you. No, there's nobody you're putting on order, because Buhej.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm responding to a communication about the floods that happened in Baramburi. And you said, Right Honorable Speaker, that they sent you pictures on the phone and you have read them. It is very amazing, Right Honorable Speaker, and positively surprising that the whole Right Honorable Speaker is receiving pictures from us. That is a very, very big plus for you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you mentioned about the floods, in Buhweju, I was there last weekend. On Saturday, in only 3 sub-counties that I managed to traverse, 28 landslides occurred. But Right Honorable Speaker, my biggest pain is about when we report to the relevant ministries, like Ministry of Works. On 20th September 2022, our roads in Buhweju were washed away. To date, there is no response from the Ministry of Works. If I had had time to know that we would talk about that one, I would come with the pile of letters I have written to the Minister of State, to the Minister himself, to the Permanent Secretary, and to the Engineer-in-Chief. But there is no response. To date, 3 roads have been cut off since 20th September 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, where do we go?
Thank you. I hope government is taking a note, because you'll respond to all of them. Dororo, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication regarding the disaster that is now covering the whole country in terms of flooding. And I think, Right Honorable Speaker, on this note, we need government to come up with a comprehensive plan of addressing this emergency. Because, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, if we started now, each one submitting on this subject, you will find that there is no place which is safe. In Tororo, almost every corner is now cut off. The main bridge to Rubonge is cut off. And so that is why the landslides are occurring across mountainous areas. And so that is why we need to press on government to come up with an urgent plan of addressing this disaster. Right Honorable Speaker, you alluded to the issue of bringing here an amendment to revise the Red Cross Act. And I thought, Right Honorable Speaker, that other than shifting our direction to an international agency, clarification? Are you giving me information or clarification? Okay, clarification.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Dr. Tala is talking about Red Cross. Red Cross globally operates like an NGO. But I'm surprised here that we have an act which is dormant and government has not been operating. Isn't Red Cross a global NGO that we should really not handle, Madam Speaker? How do we handle Red Cross? How is it appointed, the structure and so forth? And yet global is an NGO, unless I am guided.
Thank you, thank you. I think
Honorable members, Uganda Red Cross Society was formed by an act of parliament in 1964. And it is based on handling societies, helping humanity helping where there are disasters. However, the Uganda Red Cross of Uganda relies on the Prime Minister's office for it to get its funding and relies on Ministry of Health. So what the little that the Prime Minister's office give them is what they use for their humanitarian activity. It's not an NGO. It is an act by formation of this parliament, which was formed in 1964. And the issue that they have is one. If it was formed in 1984, we are not in a static environment. In 1964, now we are in 2024. Why don't we have an amendment to the act so that you give a vote to Uganda Red Cross? Yes, Dr. Tala.
Thank you, Right Honorable. As I conclude, I think you've rightly guided that the Red Cross Society of Uganda is part of an international humanitarian agency. And I think other than leaving it to be getting subventions from the Ministry of Health or the Office of the Prime Minister, we as Parliament, I think, recognizing that the Red Cross is doing quite a lot of humanitarian work in terms of disaster occurrences in this country, we need to compel government to make it a substantive vote where money is voted for immediate response. But also I want us to recognize that we have a fully fledged Ministry of Disaster Preparedness and Refugees. And we should not be shifting our attention to an international agency other than focusing attention on the ministry over which we have oversight. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude my submission, there is need for government to mobilize emergency humanitarian assistance across the country. People are displaced by floods. People have lost crops. People are trying to harvest crops prematurely, like in Tororo. Most of the crops are now rotting. And so government needs to come in to see the people who are displaced, the people who need emergency shelter, rescue operations like in mountainous areas where people have been buried in mudslides. All these, we need a substantive statement from the relevant line ministry to come and address this emergency. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. I think we really need to have strategic planning for these disasters. This business of handling disasters in an ad hoc way is not really good for this country. Especially when you know that the rains, you can never predict now when the rains are coming or when they are not there. Yes, Sharon, then I'll come to your procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I still rise on a matter of national importance in regard to the floods. Reacting to your communication on regards to the floods that is ravaging the entire country. As we are all aware, yesterday in northern Uganda, we experienced this terrible flood. So many people were stranded for hours that they weren't able to cross. And I also send my condolences to the family of the engineer who died in this flood. Right Honorable Speaker, I always wonder, for how long are we going to keep on acting on emergencies? Why don't we prepare ourselves as a country to curb such emergencies? Because when it comes to Tangi River that bursts its bank every year, Right Honorable Speaker, UNRWA just goes and pile hardcores, maram, and that is it. And in a matter of days or time, it's washed away. Why can't we get a lasting solution to this breach or this river that keeps on bursting its bank over the years, so that at least it doesn't get us as a surprise when, such national calamities happens? Because this has happened time and again. If you drive along that road, because right now that's the route we are using, as from northern Uganda, or Gulu in particular, the bridge is washed, the railway is hanging, much as it's no longer being used. Right Honorable Speaker, UNRWA should wake up from its sleep and Ministry of Work, sorry, forgive me, I'm still used to UNRWA.
There are matters of national
should wake
disaster.
up from its sleep.
Honorable members, there are matters of national disaster where you say, much as you put a permanent, it will one time be pushed off.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker, but at least it can last for a period of time, because money is being used every year to do the same work. Apart from that, people in the communities we are having a looming famine. Looming famine is coming up because gardens have been submerged. People are harvesting premature crops. Even drying, where to dry is not there. So the Minister of Disaster Preparedness should prepare itself to at least be able to send emergency relief to our people who are right now suffering. Because I'm getting phone calls time and again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
There's a procedure.
I would like to draw attention, our colleagues, and to you, Right Honorable, that in this House we appropriated a budget. And in that budget we have a 0.5% contingency fund, which is supposed to address all this money. The discussion we should be having now is for the Minister of Disaster Preparedness and the Minister of Finance to confirm in this House, is that money available for us to go to see that all emergencies are being responded to. Otherwise, the floods are there. As I talk now, I cannot go to Amolatar because the lakes have all burst and the roads are all covered up. Right Honorable, are we proceeding right? Can the Ministry of Finance
We are proceeding
really
very, very rightly. It is common knowledge that everybody knows by constitution that we have a contingency fund where that money is supposed to come from. That the Minister of Disaster cannot respond without knowing what the problem is. Because she's also here. She doesn't know what is happening in Bukedea. She may not know what is happening in Amolata, in Bududa, in Sironko, in Sembabule. So let's get what the issues are, and then the minister will respond. Yes, another procedure.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I entirely agree with your submission relating to Honorable your guidance. Thank you so much. I entirely agree with your guidance on the contingency fund. But our major challenge, Madam Speaker, is that we come here, we bring these issues. Personally, I brought issues 4 months ago. And on this very floor, the Minister of Disaster Preparedness told us she did not have resources. And the argument now, we are actually now going into a second cycle of bringing the challenges, same issues. And I'm very sure the minister is going to stand there and tell us that she has no money. So that our question again, Madam Speaker, is why can't the Ministry of Finance facilitate the minister or the Prime Minister's office to deal with this, with the problem once and for all? Because we cannot keep bringing our problems here every now and then there's no action, and the action is not there because there's no money. So the question is, luckily the minister is here. Can he guide? Yes, information, please.
Thank you, my right honourable colleague, for the information, for giving way. Madam Speaker, what Honourable Enos has put out is quite a fundamental issue. But on top of that, despite of the fact that we claim there are no funds, it is in the nature of the response that is coming from the ministry from the Prime Minister's office. You will find that some of us, for example, we still have cases which were submitted to the office of the Prime Minister 2 years ago, and no action has been taken. But you'll find there are some areas where action is taken within a month. They get the response when they submit. So what is the criteria from the office of the Prime Minister in responding to some of these disasters? Is there any first come, first serve basis? Because some of us actually who have submitted a long time ago have never. So that is the reason why we're wondering what is the situation. We couldn't know.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
yes.
I want to thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for your communication, and therefore also raised to respond to that. Right Honourable, you did mention a number of areas that are suffering because of the flooding. I want to inform you, Right Honourable, and the rest of us in this House, that Ulisa district has greatly suffered because of flooding. We are actually in the second phase of flooding. We did submit our request way back in September, and were promised that in October, when the new quarter starts, the release will come. But now our people, most of the homes have been submerged. People have been displaced. They have nowhere to go. Madam Speaker, I think as a country and as Parliament, we need to know how prepared are we to respond to disasters. And as we go in this cycle of budgeting, I think it is imperative upon us to ensure that we allocate the right resources, that all these disasters we're hearing countrywide has got to be resolved. Otherwise, our people are suffering, and there is need for urgent attention to them. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Mwenge.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you. I'm raising to talk about your communication and in regard to the submerging bridges. Right Honourable Speaker, it is true, everywhere bridges have submerged and people are suffering because of these floods. But I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is in this House. Right Honourable Speaker, in my district, there is a very key bridge that connects Kenjojo to Kamwenge and Mpanga River. There is Mpanga River there, a very big bridge. And as we talk now, I've got pictures which I want to share with you, Right Honourable Speaker, since other people are also sharing with you, where even vehicles have submerged in that river. Right Honourable Speaker, that river, that bridge is on a road that was initially planned to be tarmacked, but under unclear circumstances, in 2021, it was removed from the budget. The road connecting Chenjojo to Kamwenge through Chakatuire up to Kahunge. But discussions are still ongoing, Right Honourable Speaker, about how we can have it restated. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern now that goes directly to the Minister of Finance. I'm sure very soon, I don't want to debate in anticipation, the Minister here will come here with a supplementary very soon to tell us what he's spending under 3%. And the House will be very surprised on the issues they will have spent on. Right Honourable Speaker, if the House is agreeing that everywhere we have these floods, we have these bridges submerging, why can't we agree that in this supplementary they are bringing, they cater for all the bridges, because they know the supplementary 3% of 72 trillion is a lot of money. Why can't we have that supplementary this time around, managing all these bridges so that our people are able to cross and have their businesses running, Right Honourable Speaker? I want to request this House, Right Honourable Speaker, that this time Honourable Musasizi should not bring us a supplementary, especially on the 3%, where he's only coming to report to us on issues that don't touch our communities. We want a supplementary which handles our emergencies, especially the effects of the bridges collapsing because of the floods.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable members, most of the things that you're raising is best raised when the good thing we have a Minister of Disaster here, but other issues I will allow you to raise when the Prime Minister is here at Prime Minister's time. Can we hear from disaster first? Yes, you have a procedural issue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from Tororo, Honorable Otara, to the north, to Bunyoro, everybody is crying. Those who are crying loudest so far are from the NRM side. I am raising a procedure if you can only wait. I was born in Masaka, I usually go home. That bridge in Katonga which was swept away now more than 3 years ago, hasn't been fixed. So are many others before you raise the new one. So the procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker, you listed also disasters in your communication and forgot one disaster that befell this country. The disaster of NRM, 38 years in power. So the procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker,
which disaster was that?
The disaster of NRM that befell this country 38 years ago.
Which disaster was that?
The NRM coming into power was a disaster.
No.
So I am...
That was not a disaster.
I thought you will allow me and the rule after.
You first
so can I
listen.
raise?
Because I don't know the disaster you are talking about. There is no disaster called the NRM.
No, I thought you will allow me to raise the issue and then you rule, Madam Speaker.
Let me tell you, Honorable Semuju, Honorable Semuju Ibrahimu, let's have respect for each other, for each other's party. If we are talking about serious matters where floods are taking people, floods are killing people, nobody in your constituency will take you serious. Because you've talked about a disaster of NRM that has stabilized this country for the 38 years.
Madam Speaker, I thought you would allow me to raise the procedure and then you rule. If what you are saying, and I don't want to engage with you, Madam Speaker, then we wouldn't have MPs here from the ruling party, correct? They should be coming here to celebrate. But each one of them, they are taking our time. We should be the one complaining. Each one of them, if you allow them, they will stand here and complain. Then they will go and say NRM oil. So I am only saying, Madam Speaker, that until, because the chair, you pardon me if she is not, has also been complaining. So everybody is complaining. So what motivates you to support a government that makes you complain? What motivates you? And then you come here and begin complaining. So the procedural issue I am raising, allow me, Madam Speaker, is whether this parliament should not deal with NRM disaster that does not prioritize all roads, that is making you cry. You have heard my brother from Bunyore saying they shouldn't bring a supplementary. Whether that's not the substantive issue we should be dealing with. And then, because your president is now touring bridges that have collapsed and you are here. He's in your areas touring.
Honorable Semuju, we do not have an NRM disaster. We don't have an NRM disaster. The disasters we are talking about is of natural disasters. The NRM you're talking about is a party in power. It has been here and it is still going to be there. Can I hear from the Minister of Disaster?
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first of all take note of all the issues raised.
Why don't you be happy that I've initiated her? I have initiated her.
Right Honorable Speaker, 2 months ago I was here.
Hajat wants to say something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome Honorable Lillian Abel to the fraternity of Hajats. Before you name her Hajat, may she profess what the Hajats profess before they are called Hajats, so that I officially welcome her.
Hajat, for your information, I did all the induction. I did everything.
She's most welcome to the world of, and may you please wear like that all the time. Thank you.
Amen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do take note and confirm that you did a good job.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Right Honorable Speaker, this period, the weather forecast indicates that we'll have heavy rains. And I did mention this when I came to present a paper on the disaster situations in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the nature of our disaster response is a multi-sectoral approach. When a disaster occurs, for example, flooding, which has swept off bridges, we coordinate with the Ministry of Works to support the intervention. And we have been doing this. This morning, the Prime Minister chaired a meeting tackling all the disasters in the country and coordinating with the team on response. Right Honorable Speaker, where I need support from this House is a deliberate funding on some key areas that facilitates disaster response. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Health,
and order.
Madam Speaker, I sit on the Budget Committee. This Parliament moved money from items that Parliament did not consider essential. You went in the Cabinet and castigated Parliament. The Minister now is saying, I need support from Parliament, which was made almost at gunpoint to restore what the Chief Executive called the priorities. Is she in order to come here and begin mocking Parliament that it can give her money when what was given was taken away?
Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Abe is just telling you her plight, her request. She's telling you her request.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I took note when members were talking about the need to make or to fund Red Cross. I want to confirm that Red Cross gets funding from government under our budget of disaster and also gets funding from international bodies. And they complement our work and we work as a team. Right Honorable Speaker, our interventions are immediate, mid-term, and long-term. The immediate interventions are those that include response in terms of relief items, non-relief items, shelter, among others. The mid-term interventions are the issues that we look at addressing the challenge that we have. Last week, I chaired a meeting that brought together UN agencies and leadership of Ntoroko to look at how we can engage the agencies with modern equipment on bridging where the flooding comes from and affects our people. So we are doing all it takes to do what we can amidst the meager resources that we are allocated. And we pledge to continue providing our response at every time of need. And I also want to confirm that the Ministry of Finance has allocated funding that we are soon going to be dispatching relief items to the different parts of the country, and the requests that were received at reports attached to will receive will receive support of relief items in their respective districts. Other members here can confirm that last week they've already received the food items, but we can't send all at once. We will send them bit by bit because of the transportation that will have to rely on the same trucks that we use. I thank you.
There was a clarification.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much, and I thank the Minister. Madam Speaker, some time back, I think 10 years ago, we passed a disaster policy in this Parliament. And the Minister is right to say the way we handle our disasters is multi-sectoral. Within the policy framework, the government is supposed to come up with programs to address some disaster issues that reoccurs and avoid it reoccurring. Madam Speaker, like the issues of bridges flooding, within the policy, we have engineers' studies should have been conducted and to come up with a mechanism to ensure that in the next 2-3 years, we do not have more bridges re-flooding and roads closed. It is within the policy. So that the issues of roads flooding, it is being closed because of rain, stops. Madam Speaker, that is within the policy. The Minister has not talked about it. It is going to be year in, year out. Secondly, the issue of homesteads being washed is within the policy. It's the global climate issues. It is within the policy that within a radius everywhere there should be trees and mechanism established. It is within the policy. Madam Speaker, I'm not hearing the Minister talking about it. The Minister now talking, meeting international NGOs to bridge areas. Madam Speaker, the population of Uganda is increasing. It is within the policy. And as poverty is not being addressed, population will continue to affect the swamps and the sources of the rivers. And the mechanism is within the policy to ensure that the community within the rivers, river banks, and so forth are moved away and money is provided. The Minister is not talking about that. Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
I'm asking clarification from the Honorable Minister. When are you coming up with a comprehensive program to implement the policy so that resources provided for and we stop this ping pong year in and year out?
Honorable Minister, I want to refer you to Article 249 of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda, that Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission. There shall be a Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission for Uganda to deal with both natural and man-made disasters. 2, Parliament shall, for the purpose of this article, prescribe the composition, the functions, and procedures for implementation of the functions of this commission. When shall we have a commission to this effect that will help us manage these disasters in the country? It is a constitutional requirement.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is underway. We had a meeting and discussed that with the Senior Minister, and we are meant to have another meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss the issue of the Commission. Right, Honorable
Then number
Speaker,
2, when do we have an amendment on the Red Cross Act of 1964?
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is a task that we will take on with the Attorney General and we will report back to Parliament.
Madam Speaker. Clarification, Madam
Yes.
Speaker.
But Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say something on the disaster risk policy, management policy. The policy is exactly what the honorable member talked about. But we have to fund the policy. The policy looks at decentralization of the approach on response. We need to procure equipment. If we know Bududa, Elgon's region is prone to issues of landslide, then the equipment meant for response for landslide must be assembled within that area. But we cannot implement the policy the way it is if we don't fund the policy.
Madam Speaker, procedure, Madam Speaker. Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Ayat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedure issue I am raising, Right Honorable Speaker, is to the effect of the oversight role of this parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, when we delegate to committees, we don't delegate our oversight role. A year back, Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament interviewed a team of judges appointed by the President into an acting capacity. 6 months later, the same names appeared for appointment into substantive capacity. And one of the many names...
Not 6 months. It was 2 years after.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I request something? That you bring up that issue when the Prime Minister is in.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would put the issue so that you give a directive.
No. I have a reason why I want you to bring when the Prime Minister is in.
Thank you. Most obliged.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want first of all to thank the new minister. Your submissions are good, and since you have been inducted by the Speaker, you are on dot. But Madam Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising, a while ago you talked about the Minister for Presidency. And on several occasions before this Parliament, I've complained and I've raised procedure matters of ministers who are ever absent here. One time I talked about Honorable Minister Mayanja, with the issues of attacking Uganda Kingdom and missing Parliament over 100 times. Now here we are. You talked about Minister for Presidency here. She's also another ex-official who doesn't appear. But we have issues. Any issues dealing with the President, the Minister for Presidency should be...
Honorable Gonzaga, Honorable Mayanja actually came while you are away.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then secondly, the Minister of Presidency is just next to. So if you have a question to ask, please ask.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. But I think he's representing the other one, but let me take it as you have stated. The powers are vested in you. My issue on the Minister for Presidency, there is a gentleman in Karungu called Mr. Semugenyi Vincent. I think he is a combatant, but this man was conned by State House operatives to get access to the President, and he paid them 20 million to see the President. And my interest, Minister for Presidency, through the Speaker, is to know how can somebody who wants to meet a President of the country have to pay money? What criteria do they use? This is an old man who's going to die. Spending, what's the price? Or the right price of meeting General Museveni in the State House by his own combatants?
Honorable members.
And who are those people conning? People from Karungu. Karungu, where I come from.
Honorable
20
members.
million. Mr. Vincent Semugenyi.
Honorable members, listen to the member.
And
you're finished.
Madam Speaker, this story is not a joke. It comes from the government paper, New Vision. This is New Vision writing a full page of somebody conning.
Honorable members,
Thank you,
the
Madam
President has always said, no, he does not, nobody should be charged money for seeing him. If that perpetrator is doing that, then he should be brought to book. He is not an agent of the President. Honorable Mayanja, Chofa.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
The issue of conning money to see the President. Can I ask you to take up that issue and have that person brought to book?
Most obliged, Right Honorable
The money
Speaker.
should be refunded back to the person they conned the money from. They
Most
do not
obliged.
pay money to see the President.
I will seek assistance from Honorable Sewungu to host me with the details of the gentleman, and then we carry on.
Thank you. Lob.
Speaker, the Honourable Minister, take advantage of this news lay on table.
The telephone number of this gentleman is attached, and kindly do the needful as you look for where you put your rosary today.
Honorable members, before Lob comes in the public gallery, we have officials from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. They include Ms. Nakafero Angela, Commissioner, Ms. Nagawa Rebecca. Please stand up. You're not here. They're there. And Ms. Doreen Bakeha. They are here, accompanied by staff of Parliament in the Department of Corporate Planning and Strategy, Gender and Equity, Parliament of Uganda, led by Mrs. Anyoti. Salome, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming. They are here on the statement of 16 days of activism, campaign against gender-based violence. In the public gallery, we have a delegation of leaders and officials from Kabale Regional Hospital. They are led by Dr. Nyeko Fielder, the Senior Executive Consultant. Where are you? You're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming. Thank you. And they are represented by Honorable Bahati David and Dr. Kamara. Dr. Kamara and Honorable Catherine. Catherine, first come and greet your people. Kamara, you start.
I want to thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome the executive of Kabale Regional Referral Hospital, Parliament. This is a mode of Parliament which is only in 4 hospitals, Moroto, Guru, Lira, and Masaka. These are representatives of the workers in the hospital. They include heads of department, in charge, and top management. The only thing they don't do is making laws, but they do oversight, they debate, and they also do represent their members. Madam Speaker, they have also told me to thank you and the entire Parliament for the appropriation the Parliament has done, because Kabale Regional Referral Hospital has now a modern CT scan. It also has, through your appropriation members, Kabale Regional Referral Hospital, also a modern ICU is under construction. On top of that, I also want to thank you, honorable members, for appropriation, which has enabled Kabale Hospital to have 3 oxygen plants. However, they still have challenges, and one of the top challenges they have is the staff structure. Under the new structure, Kabale Hospital always comes lowest. It is staffed at the level of 22%.
Please sit.
And since we have started the budgeting process, my prayer is that at least Kabale Hospital can get a budget to raise it at least 50%.
For human resources?
At the human resources.
Okay,
such that it can be at the level of other hospitals.
So
thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome you once again.
Thank you. Kathy?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Doctor, I am happy you're appreciating what government is doing. Yes, Kathy?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to add my voice to Honourable Nicholas and all other colleague members of Parliament for appreciating you and the Ministry of Health. You have done what it takes to empower and equip Kabale District and Kabale Hospital. We are very happy. I want to appreciate the effort by Honorable Hanifa, who also went there and did what she did Thank you so much, Honorable Hanifa, as a minister. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want you to continue thanking these people who have managed to work in hard and bad conditions in Kabale, but have managed to produce results. Right, Honorable Speaker, you know that Kabale is the most cold area, but they have managed to work in those conditions. Also, right, Honorable Speaker, most of the health centers are in hard to reach areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, as you have always guided. Madam, can you also guide and direct the government to empower the health centers who are in hard to reach areas for them to get equipped with equipments and necessary health workers, for them at least to cooperate and enjoy their work. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. And the people of Kabale, you know, you've brought very good members of parliament. You have a doctor here, you have Honorable Bahati, you have Honorable Musasi's finance. Those people need
thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to welcome our people from Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to this Parliament. Madam Speaker, not for the first time, I have always said it, that Honorable Kamara, much as he's from the opposition, he always supports our programs. And today, our people have witnessed what I have always told them. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Kamara, thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, Kabale Regional Referral Hospital serves a population of close to 1 million people from Chisoro, Rubanda, Kabale, Ruchiga, and Rukunjiri, and Kanungu. Therefore, it requires, much as we have given them what we can in the circumstances, we deserve more. And working with the Minister of Health, we shall look into the challenges and provide the support as required.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable members, we must move. Let's hear from Senga and we move.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable colleagues from Kabale for thanking you, because the success that we have reached is through you and this Parliament. I want to welcome our people from Kabale Regional Referral Hospital. Madam Speaker, I have interacted with them more than 5 times. I'm the one responsible of inaugurating the board. And I only just came to see that very soon, as the finance has said, there are many health centers, more than 10, that are going to be commissioned. Very soon we have laid out the program and equipments, and like everywhere, we shall continue working with you to ensure that we have strengthened health system, our health centers, and we are moving.
Thank you.
And very soon we shall reach you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have Honourable Mutuza Peter. Mutuza Peter Clever, former Member of Parliament of Maokota North in Pigi. That was in the 7th Parliament and 8th Parliament. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Honorable Love.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate you for making time to accommodate my brief statement. However, before the statement, allow me to slip in a quick procedural issue. Right Honorable Speaker, there are some matters that get to alarm us. This one alarmed me personally. I don't know if it did other people. The Fourth Estate has reported, including government media houses, has reported a haste at Bank of Uganda. Some reports have indicated $17 million, that's about 62 billion shillings. Others have indicated $13 million, that's about 48 billion shillings. And some narratives are there was a hacking by some people in South Asia, and this money was swiped to accounts in Asia. Other reports indicate it was an inside job of Bank of Uganda. It alarmed me because this is our central bank. Honorable Speaker, in the past couple of months, nearly every 2 months you will hear of a haste at a commercial bank. Now, commercial banks, those are privately owned, it bothers us, but when it comes to the central bank, it's more problematic. And I'll tell you why I found it problematic. Let me read to you a section of the Bank of Uganda Act, Section 4.1, about the functions of the central bank. The functions of the central bank shall be to formulate and implement monetary policy directed to economic objectives of achieving and maintaining economic stability. That's how serious the role of Bank of Uganda is, locally and internationally. I've seen even international media houses report about this, and that does affect us in every sense. I thought government through the Ministry of Finance should help us understand, because you supervise the operations of Bank of Uganda to an extent. Yes, it's autonomous, but you're the overseers. It's important that we know what exactly is happening at our central bank. If monies are being siphoned, whether it be by hackers, whether it be by staff of Bank of Uganda, it should worry all of us.
Honorable Law.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Could you help us find out where was it?
In the New Vision, in the Daily Monitor.
You have it in the Monitor.
And they have been reporting about this almost on a daily basis, giving an update. So government should not continue to be quiet about this matter. We want to know what exactly is happening. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker.
If you have the New Vision, please help us. Lay it on table.
I carried one of the dailies that reported about this haste, and there are several others that I can avail to the Minister of Finance. But for now, I'll lay this one on table.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am alive to what several media houses have been reporting. I wish to state that it is true our accounts were hacked into, but not to the extent of what is being reported. When this happened, we instituted an audit and at the same time an investigation. The Auditor General is doing the audit, and CID at the same time is doing an investigation. Madam Speaker, to avoid misrepresentation of facts, I wish to seek indulgence of this House that we be patient when the audit is finalized, which is now at the tail end, and also CID finalizes his investigation. I come to this house and report. Otherwise, as of now, any matter I disclose on this issue will risk misrepresentation of facts. I thank you.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the minister is in agreement with what the leader of opposition is saying, but he says it is under investigation. Let's wait for a report from the investigation, and then we will handle it in that way. But we want to thank you for bringing it up, and the minister has clarified that it is correct.
Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the minister. Rarely do they concede to some of these things, but government through the Ministry of Finance has conceded. Of course, now he has thrown things a bit off balance. So he's saying, no, it might not be entirely factual, even though there was a haste. That clarity should have come, because if he's saying these figures are wrong, what are the correct figures? However, he is talking about an ongoing audit.
There's an
How
audit.
long is it going to happen? When are we going to get a report as Parliament on this matter? Because you see, the reason we are insisting on this matter, when the network firewalls of the central bank are penetrated, it is something that gets to worry all of us. That's why we are insistent on this.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, all these processes will have been concluded within 1 month, and I will report back to the House.
1 month is okay. Honorable members, there are two institutions that are investigating this issue. There is Auditor General that is going to get, and then we also have CID, we have police, they are also investigating. So we cannot discuss what is being investigated already. It is good we have the information. In 1 month's time when we come back, we shall be able to ask the minister to give us a feedback. Next item.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Let me tell you people. Let me tell you members. Issues of monies are issues of security. You don't discuss it just anyhowly. Don't discuss it anyhowly.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for your guidance. Our hope that is that in this 1 month there is no continuous hacking happening, because all those are matters that are of concern to us, because the month might elapse and then we hear these. Because nearly on a monthly basis, Honourable Speaker, and I believe you're a consumer of intelligence information
No, it has.
that commercial banks have been hacked very regularly. So there must be something that is convoluted that we need to have a good understanding of, because it's even the commercial banks, they host monies belonging to the Ugandan citizens. So
can we have your report now that you brought that very important information, and it has been handled?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I am speaking as a Shadow Minister for Finance. So, Rob, my supervisor,
Then
will
why
allow
don't
me.
you come in front. Why do you sit?
I sought permission to sit here.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I agree with your guidance and the plea from the Minister of Finance. What a responsible government does is to issue an interim statement reassuring the public, disclosing what will not prejudice the investigations. A responsible government does not stand up in Parliament and say, we are investigating, we will not tell you anything. Because by you saying you are going to investigate, you are even carrying out an audit, you have actually admitted that you don't know That's why you are investigating, that's why you are auditing. You share with the public on whose behalf you transact business, government business, on an interim basis, what so far you know and you think is not a danger. But you don't plead that I am not going to say anything. You see, this matter. So, Madam Speaker, I thought that I am asking NRM government to be what they cannot, to be responsible, but I think they can learn at least to try. Then we will forgive you that at least you are trying.
Honourable members, government is doing whatever it takes to stop that, whatever has happened, and there is not much that you can do. That is a human disaster. Honourable Musasisi.
Laying of papers, item 4, proposal to borrow up to units of account 13,500,000, equivalent to United States dollars 18.09 million.
Honourable members, can you...
From the African Development Fund to finance East Africa's Centers of Excellence for Skills and Tertiary Education in Biomedical Sciences Project, Phase 1, Uganda Cancer Institute, additional financing.
Honourable members, the money they are getting is for tertiary education, the Biomedical Science Project, Phase 1, the Uganda Cancer Institute, and that is the money they are proposing. We are not saying we are passing. We are not passing the money now. The report has to go to the committee. The committee will make its analysis whether we should borrow or not. Honourable members, Article 159(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda requires that when borrowing is done, there should be an approval of Parliament, and that is in pursuant to Section 36, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 159(1) of the Rules of Procedure. I now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table a loan request.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 34 of the Public Finance Management Act, and pursuant to all the applicable rules of procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay a proposal to borrow up to units of account 13,500,000, an equivalent of United States dollars 18.09 million from the African Development Fund to finance East Africa's Centers of Excellence for Skills and Tertiary Education in the Biomedical Sciences Project Phase 1, Uganda Cancer Institute, additional financing. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Please lay. And in furtherance to Rule 1552 of the Rules of Procedure, I refer the request to Committee of National Resources. I mean Natural Economy. Natural Economy, sorry. Lob.
Item 3,
procedure.
Statement
Yes,
by the
Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, before my boss, the Lob, comes, and my good brother, Madam Speaker, I am an independent member, but you know where I kneel. Madam Speaker, yesterday I appreciated Honorable Jimmy Akena for his good role that he's doing promote Uganda through motorsports and as a leader of a political party. But I also at the same time submitted and said we have other leaders of political parties who are using their positions not to bring out a good brand of Uganda. Madam Speaker, good enough, the LOP gave a submission concerning Bank of Uganda, and he said he got it from social media and laid the papers too. And also at the same time, Madam Speaker, I really seek your protection because I see I'm being harassed by my sister who is seated behind me. And that's domestic violence. You know, we have a week of activism. Madam Speaker, I therefore...
Honourable members, what is your procedure matter?
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well at this time. That I watched the leaders of one of a political parties called NUP in Santiago, Chile, in North America, attending a conference with the theme of democracy and freedom. But resolution number 8, they resolved that LGBTQ, the homosexuality, must be defended. And moreover, Honorable Abed is here. He wrote a letter to the leadership of NUP asking them their stand about homosexuality. They did not repeat. I want the leader of opposition to look in the cameras and give the position of NUP concerning homosexuality in this country to defend the law that we made here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the leader of opposition has not gone anywhere. He's been here with you in the parliament. But if you're saying there are people who have gone and they have attended any meeting in regards to whatever you have said, you know, even the Bible says we shall know them by their deeds. We shall know them. So, Honorable Lob, just present your paper.
Statement by the leader of the opposition on an oversight visit to Busoga sub-region.
I'll give you after Lob. Lob has been over-disturbed.
On the drastic fall of sugarcane prices.
Wait. Lob, I'll give you Hajat.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, when we were passing the anti-homosexuality bill, there is 2 members of parliament who objected, and they are not members of the opposition which I lead. They were members of the NRM. I just thought I should throw that out there. But also, Right Honourable, you know, when we are entering the gate at parliament, they normally check, I think, for guns and other artillery. I think as we especially enter the chambers, they need to check for maybe other substances in people's jackets and so on that motivate the way people speak. But Honourable Speaker, let me get to the statement.
There's a procedural matter.
Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I will proceed with the background.
There's
right,
a
Honourable Speaker.
There's a procedural matter, Lob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for giving way. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding right. First and foremost, Rule 72 tells us that the speech of the member should be relevant or must make reference to the subject matter under discussion. The Honourable, the Right Honourable Speaker allowed you to talk about Busoga. But now you're bringing in a different matter. So I don't know whether he's moving right or he's in the right direction. That's number one. Number two, Madam Speaker, I don't think it's also, I don't know whether it's also right for the leader of opposition to insinuate that members of parliament speak under the influence of drugs. I think that is also something that we should expand off the record of parliament. I'm seeking your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Abe.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I didn't say
Honorable Abe
any of
wants
the
to-
allegations being made by my colleague, and I think they are filibustering to delay my statement, right, Honourable Speaker. I beg that you allow me proceed with the statement quickly.
Honorable Leader of Opposition, you said that we should be checking members when they are entering into the chambers for
anything.
For anything.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to understand what anything.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the word anything has a very good meaning, and the meaning of anything is anything.
So you mean the member speaks out of anything?
I don't know, and that's why we need to, I guess, improve our security mechanisms here, right, Honourable Speaker. Even for your safety, I see there are changes here that were made, and maybe we need to up it up some more. But, right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Bell, your size mate.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Whereas we debate with humor, there are some issues which are very important. Right, Honourable Speaker, it is important that my good friend, the Leader of Opposition, withdraws that statement. It needs to be expunged because it goes on record that maybe some members of Parliament come with something or anything that impairs their submission, because it was very emphatic that we need to check anything that may derail people from speaking. Honourable Speaker, is it procedurally right that the Honourable Lope withdraws that statement and we expunge from the record of Parliament? I thank you.
Honourable Speaker, let me rephrase so that there is proper clarity.
Honourable members, all of you, all members of Parliament come here in their best mind to be able to legislate for this country. That's what they so we can't say anybody is, maybe something is activating anybody. Nobody comes with anything.
Honourable Speaker, with your permission, let me rephrase.
You go to your report. Go to your report.
Okay, but I wanted to make a correction. Honourable Abe said I'm her good friend. I am not her good friend, for the record. but she's a colleague. That's okay. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for making time for this brief statement. Honourable Abe used to be a good friend of mine when she was still part of the opposition. I see some colleagues are complaining. Honourable Speaker, I'll make this statement brief. I did travel to Busoga sub-region, specifically Jinja district, with some members of the shadow cabinet and some opposition members of parliament from Busoga sub-region to interact with sugarcane farmers. They've been reaching out to us with several complaints, so we decided to pay them a visit and interact with them. I'll skip a couple of things and go to the background. Busoga is one of Uganda's leading sugarcane growing regions, contributing significantly to the country's sugar production. The sugar industry is one of the fastest growing industries in our economy under the manufacturing sector, contributing over 300 billion shillings in taxes annually, according to the Ministry of Trade, employing over 100,000 Ugandans directly and many more indirectly. The industry also produces over 150 megawatts of electricity from bagasse, of which about 70 megawatts is supplied to the national grid. Busoga has the biggest number of sugarcane mills and a huge acreage of sugarcane, making use of its fertile soil around Lake Victoria and Lake Kyoga, coupled with good rains. However, the persistent poverty in Busoga continues to raise questions about whether cane cultivation is benefiting farmers. Uganda Bureau of Statistics 2020 figures show that Busoga has 1.2 million poor persons. This is 120, it could be different now, of which 400,000 are living in food poverty. Food poverty, often referred to as household food insecurity, can be triggered by a crisis in finance or personal circumstances. It encompasses both the affordability of food and its availability within local communities. The Economic Policy Research Center asserts that Eastern Uganda, particularly Busoga, has the largest sugarcane milling capacity, accounting for 35%, followed by Central Uganda at 27%, then Western Uganda at 26%, and Northern Uganda, the newest entrant in sugar milling, at 12%. Despite the importance of sugarcane, farmers face persistent challenges that threaten their income and well-being. These were some of our findings. 1, low cane prices. Farmers sell sugarcane to millers at extremely low prices, often below production costs. For instance, in 2023, last year, the price per ton was 98,000 Uganda shillings, a decline from previous figures, which would at times go to beyond 200,000 shillings. Even then, what the farmer eventually gets is so meager due to the other operational costs such as harvesting, cutting, loading, and so on. The other is delayed fulfillment of the presidential pledge to construct 2 sugar mills owned by farmers. In 2021, government pledged to construct 2 sugar factories in Busoga that very year, owned by the farmers as a way of empowering them. These factories were to be constructed in the districts of Buyende and Luka. 2021. However, to date, no construction has taken place. Rather, there has been a back and forth by Uganda Development Corporation, despite the release of more than 8 billion shillings for the purchase of land. The other finding was about delayed payments. Many millers delayed to make payments to farmers, leaving them cash-strapped. Farmers reported that at times, they would wait for up to 6 months for their payments. The other is recovery cost. The millers charge the sugarcane farmers that supply cane 9% per ton as recovery costs for the milling of the cane. The other finding, Right Honourable Speaker, was to do with VAT charge. These sugarcane farmers told us that they are charged 18% VAT on the sugarcane, which is not in tandem with the tax laws of Uganda. VAT is charged on finished products, not raw materials. That's why it is referred to as value-added tax. What is even more bothersome is that it is doubtful that the millers who collect this money eventually remit the same to Uganda Revenue Authority. The other was formula for pricing of sugar. Price of sugarcane is calculated based on only one byproduct, that is sugar, and yet there are many other byproducts from sugarcane. Some of the social and infrastructure issues that we discovered, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. One was limited access to inputs. Farmers struggle to afford fertilizers, pesticides, and high-quality seedlings. The other was poor infrastructure. Poor roads delay transportation of harvested cane to mills, leading to losses in weight and quality. Non-provision of agricultural subsidies. The sugarcane farmers reported not to be receiving any agricultural inputs or subsidies from the government through NADS, like it is with other farmers. Inadequate farmer representation. The farmers report inadequate support from cooperatives or unions to advocate for better conditions. Honourable Speaker, we have crafted some recommendations for government. One is to do with pricing. Our economy was liberalized, meaning that forces of demand and supply will always be at play. However, this does not take away government's role to regulate and ensure that people are not ripped off, and specifically, in this case, to ensure that sugarcane farmers earn a fair income from their toil. 2, fast-tracking the fulfillment of the presidential pledge. Government through UDC should fast-track the purchase of the land that was identified in Luka district to pave way for construction of the promised sugar factory to be owned by the farmers as a way of empowering them, as was promised. Timely payments. Ministry of Trade should take interest in this matter of delayed payments to farmers and perhaps even set a minimum period for payment of farmers for the supplied sugarcane. The other recommendations are to do with farmer empowerment. One is about strengthening cooperatives, and we're saying government should aim to support sugarcane farmers' cooperatives so as to negotiate better with millers, better terms with millers, and to access bulk purchases of inputs. Calibration of weigh bridges, which is another complaint that these farmers put to us. Uganda National Bureau of Standards should ensure that the weigh bridges are accurately calibrated and periodically monitored to address the issue of weigh bridges that are cheating farmers of the tonnage of sugarcane, because they complained of being cheated by these weigh bridges. Then formula for pricing. Pricing of sugarcane should be calculated based on at least 5 major byproducts of sugarcane, such as molasses, ethanol, spirits, bagasse, among others, as compared to the current status of the price being based on only one byproduct, which is sugar. Yet the other byproducts fetch a lot of revenue too. The last one, which is non-charge of VAT, the millers should stop deducting VAT from the farmers paid out to sugarcane farmers, from the money paid out to sugarcane farmers for the sugarcane supplied, because value has not been added yet to the sugarcane. They are raw materials. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and members, sugarcane farming in Busoga, and indeed other parts of the country, because it's not only in Busoga that sugarcane is grown, this farming faces significant challenges that undermine its sustainability and profitability. Addressing these issues requires a multi-stakeholder approach, including government intervention, farmer empowerment, and private sector accountability. Implementing these recommendations will ensure a more resilient and profitable sugarcane industry. Honourable Speaker, my hope is that government will respond to these issues and address the concerns of sugarcane farmers, not just in Busoga, but other areas. It's Busoga which we visited, so that they can profit from their toil. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Love, I request next time you bring this as a report, not a statement. A report where we shall ask for action taken of your findings. Because when you bring it like this, you don't have the latitude to ask for what action has government taken on this. So you need to, the next visit you bring it as a report.
Procedure.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The procedural issue I want to raise in regard to the LOPS report is that
He's
the
giving
statement.
He's giving us information.
Yes.
It is
that
not for debate.
Correct. A couple of months ago, you received a petition from the sugarcane producers. And that report, petition, you directed it to the Committee of Trade, Industries and Tourism. And as I talk, I belong to that committee. We've been meeting with the stakeholders, and the report is actually coming to the conclusion. And the procedural issue that I wanted to raise is, perhaps could this statement be utilized by the committee so that once our report is done and presented on the floor, we can have a debate thereafter, because your committee, we are still on it, and it is nearing completion.
Honourable members, nothing stops you from using this statement. It's a very good statement. So you can enrich your committee's report with the LOP statement. Yes, LOP.
Honourable Speaker, I do appreciate your guidance. This is a report from the oversight visit that we did carry out. And when we carry out these oversight visits, because our responsibility, my legal responsibility as leader of the opposition, is to keep the government in check. It's for the good, for government to do better, to work on the areas that we do point out as critical areas of concern. And now that you've, with your permission, been able to present this report on the floor, it would be good that government does respond to these issues. It's good for you. We are like a thermometer that tells you this is the reading of your temperature. Do something about it. So when we went to Busoga and interacted with sugarcane farmers, that's the reading of that thermometer. They have all these complaints, and it's important that as government you do address these concerns and give us feedback on the same. Thank you for your guidance. Right.
And that's what I was saying. Next time you bring it under Rule 35, so that we designate a debate for it, and we seek for actions taken under each issue that has been raised. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the commemoration of the 16 Days of Activism campaign against gender-based violence.
Honourable members, 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is an international campaign that commenced on 25th November, which is the International Day for Elimination of Violence against women and men, and it ends on the 10th December, which is a Human Rights Day. This commemoration is important for awareness and accountability for steps that have been taken to eliminate the gender-based violence. As you are aware, gender-based violence remains a big challenge in society, for which we require to concentrate our efforts in eliminating this gender-based violence. And as I said before, the boy child is equally endangered. It's not only about the girl child, even the boy child is endangered. All we need to do is to eliminate the gender-based violence. I now invite the Minister to present her report, the Minister of Labour, Gender, Labour and Social Development.
Thank you so much for providing space, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I wish to notify you that the purpose of this statement is to brief Parliament on the commemoration of the 16 Days of Activism Campaign Against Gender-Based Violence 2024. The 16 Days of Activism Campaign Against Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign that was inaugurated in 1991, spearheaded by the Women's Global Leadership Institute, a program that is in Rutgers University in New Jersey, USA, which trains women in leadership based on global good and practice. The campaign has since grown globally and is marked with a wide range of activities organized by government and stakeholders. This year, 2024, marks the 33rd anniversary of the 16 Days of Activism campaign against gender-based violence. In 2008, another initiative, Unite, End Violence Against Women by 2030, was launched in the United Nations to reinforce 16 Days of Activism campaign. The Unite campaign calls for global action to increase awareness, galvanize advocacy efforts, and share knowledge and innovative measures to address gender-based violence. The inaugural 16 Days of Activism campaign in Uganda started in 2008 under the leadership of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and has since been adopted as an annual campaign to galvanize efforts by state and non-state actors to commit to eliminate gender-based violence. The campaign contributes to the effort to deliver on the national, regional, and national commitments to gender equity and women's empowerment, which include the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal, specifically Goal 5 on gender equality, Uganda Vision 2040, and the Third National Development Plan 2020-2025, among others. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the impact so far is that government has initiated policies and a lot of legal frameworks to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. And among them, Act 2023, among others. We have also amended laws to address gaps in addressing gender-based violence. And over the years, they include the Employment Amendment Act 2023, Succession Amendment Act 2023, the Land Act, among others. There are also relevant policies that have been developed as key national policies to eliminate gender-based violence, specifically the Gender-Based Violence Act 2016. As a result, there is increased awareness on women's rights and response to gender-based violence. There is increased reporting, which is evidenced in the Police of Annual Crime Report, and we want to state that what used to be a taboo for men to report violence against them by women, they have now started responding at their reporting. The deliberate efforts to widen platforms for reporting by government and stakeholders has yielded great results. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have a Sauti Free Line 116. On this helpline, 2 days ago we're there, they are able to record 1,500 cases per day. Those are the ones which they are able to record, but they receive about other 4,500 cases that remain pending because we have limited staff to receive and record these cases on that helpline. The commitment of government and partners to ensure continued access to integrated services by survivors through the current 21 functional shelters has ensured much needed immediate services such as temporary accommodation, psychosocial support, legal aid, medical examination and treatment, resettlement, and integration to communities. Continuous involvement and dialogue with religious and cultural leaders is ongoing as gatekeepers of social cultural norms that perpetuate violence against women and girls. It has been instrumental in making public pronouncements which castigate violence while calling for peaceful coexistence and respect for human rights. The cultural institutions under the umbrella of the Council for Traditional Leaders of Africa, COTLA, Uganda chapter, has made several commitments to end violence against women and girls. We have strengthened coordination for addressing gender-based violence from national to local level. The structure, including the high-level GBV referral groups at the national level, which has a commitment at the district, which has committees at the district level. Other local structures and initiatives to address gender-based violence include the Women and Youth Peace Mediators, who provide mediation in communities, the male role models and male action groups, survivors, support groups, parasocial workers, and paralegal, who have been at the community foot soldiers in offering support and referral pathway to gender-based violence survivors. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this year's global theme is towards 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action, Unite to End Violence Against Women and Girls. Uganda has adopted this global theme as a national theme. The campaigns call for all duty bearers, state and non-state actors around the world to end violence against women and girls, and prioritizes the review of the 30 years of implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action and the political declaration focusing on commitment, accountability, and resourcing. These include implementation of comprehensive strategies in partnership with women's rights organizations, allocating necessary budgets, and actively reporting on progress to end impunity and prevent violence against women and girls. Particular urgencies regarding to most extreme manifestation as femicide is escalating worldwide and is beginning to crop within our systems. Femicide is the deliberate killing of women because of their gender. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, when we were tallying the biggest cause of violence, there was a point to alcohol and drug abuse this year, 2024. And the second one, we were evaluating the performance of PDM. And many of the people who are reporting violence are talking about the men's need to control the PDM money which has been received by women. That was also another pointer. As a global community approach, the 30 years anniversary review of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and following 2023 SDG Summit, calls for accelerated progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda Violence Against Women and Girls. It remains alarmingly prevalent across private and public space and across all its forms. Despite the efforts to demand justice and accountability and some notable progress in preventing and responding to violence against women and girls, significant challenges persist and they need to be addressed. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is coordinating the organization of the national launch, which was held on the 25th of November 2024 at Hotel Africana in Kampala, and a number of activities have also been planned by stakeholders, including government MDAs, development partners, civil society organizations, private sector, religious and traditional and cultural leaders throughout the 16 days across the country. The 16 days of activism campaign will therefore have already commenced, and they started on the International Day of Elimination of All Forms of Violence Against Women and Girls, and this was flagged off in various activities up to the district level, and we shall progress with the national theme to end. It will end on the 10th of December 2024. This is just a battle time. The war continues. The fight continues throughout the year. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I wish to inform you that the objective of the campaign is to call for action for all stakeholders to accelerate action to implement laws and policies to prevent and respond to violence against women and girls with adequate resources in accordance with the international and regional convention and commitments. It's also to strengthen the justice sector, ensure meaningful access to gender-responsive justice to women's and marginalized groups, enabling them to seek remedies without fear of negative consequences, and to raise awareness about the magnitude of violence against women and girls, and calling for zero tolerance of the vice across society and prevent violence through transforming harmful social norms. Right, Honorable Speaker, we note that there are also some men who are undergoing violence, but the magnitude of the problem is bigger. Yes, we do not, and that's why the Ministry of Gender is responsible for both men and women. But the magnitude of the problem remains much bigger for women than men. I take this opportunity to inform you that this year's national launch of 16 days has already been held, but we shall continue with the conversation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am privileged to have been consulted by your office that you intend to run another discussion with Parliament when we are not in the House, but outside, so that you can get all these reports from the different agencies. We have moved to a level of quantifying in monetary terms what we lose as a country when we do not act on violence against women and girls, and how long it will take us to achieve gender equality, or even develop to the middle income status if we do not attend or address to gender-based violence. Right, Honorable Speaker, once that time comes, I really pray that all of us are able to join, because on many occasions when we invite members of Parliament, they do attend fine, but a number of them are also engaged in different activities of committees. And so the attention we get does not touch everybody. Not everybody is able to make it. So we pray that within that session, everybody is able to come so that we handle these vices because they affect each one of us. Irrespective of age, economic status, level of education, all of us are affected by violence against women and girls. Honorable members, I appeal to all of you to be part of this campaign by participating in vigorously, organize engagements at different levels, and as we go back to the villages for Christmas, I pray that you take these voices so that we can all be counted to be fighters against violence, whoever is affected. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your statement and on your creation of awareness and accountability that have been taken to eliminate the gender-based violence. And as I said before, this violence is not only on girls, women and girls, but it is against women and men. You find men even suffer in silence. Most men suffer in silence. So the awareness should be should be created to all. It should be created to all. Yes, Doctor.
Right Honorable, I want to appreciate the opportunity. I want to appreciate the report of the statement of the Minister. Right Honorable, as you have said, there are many societies in this country where men are suffering silently. I want to implore the Minister to include in her work and report the issue of violence against men and against the boy child, especially from the stepmothers. That is a big issue for boys. And let's say, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I expected
some, not all,
of course, not everyone, not every stepmother, but in many stepmothers. Right Honorable Speaker, I expected that this report, being informative, will give us data on the prevalence of the domestic violence, disaggregated region by region, and what are the causes,
and
so that
and on women and then on men.
Exactly, so that we will know how to attack, and I believe that will be a good source for awareness. Right.
And Dr. Mutusi, one thing that we should not run from, that these empowered women, well-educated women, women who have it all, end up mistreating these men. The men are suffering. Me, I'm telling you, I have been involved in counseling people. Even the Prime Minister will tell you, Prime Minister, you first assure them. Men have issues that we are keeping quiet with. Let's look at both men and women. All these people are suffering. It is just maybe the magnitude that differs, but all these people are suffering. So you need to look at area by area, and then the percentage of the people, both women and and men. You want to debate a report which is informative, yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Dr. Abedi Wanika for that very good submission. However, Right Honorable Speaker, also men who struggle with their wives, after getting money, they abandon them and start marrying many wives, should be cautioned, because when you marry your wife, you struggle with her. How do you abandon your wife after getting money? When you are struggling with your wife, you should also continue enjoying your sweat with your wife. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Hajat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable David Kabanda is my brother, and I can confidently say that he doesn't have marriage experience. Therefore, he has no moral authority to talk about issues of marriage. However, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also add, as we thank the Minister for the good speech, the good statement, that the unabated actions of state actors that interfere with government institutions into the operations worsen the situation of gender-based violence. Indeed, gender-based violence should be looked at into both fronts, man or woman. But, you know, when state actors go and act in a way that dismisses institutions completely, first of all, it increases conflict, causes displacements, disturbs people's families. That has increased cases of gender-based violence. Also, the stereotyping we have that makes people even fear to talk about issues. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, last time when I was here and talked about the violence that was committed against me, one media house chose to report that I came to the Speaker and asked the Speaker to investigate on many that touched my neck. Very, very different from what I submitted here. That is to create stereotype among women so that a woman will fear to talk about issues once they have been affected. So stereotyping in our communities, the unabated institutional abuse by government actors exacerbate gender-based violence in our communities, that the minister should be able to touch it as we fight against gender-based violence.
Thank you. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, yes, I agree. I am your brother and you are my sister. But however, on this issue of marriage, I think it doesn't have to do with experience.
There is no school for experience of
because,
marriage.
Right Honorable Speaker, today when I was reading a government paper, New Vision, I have read a story where a couple that has been together for 50 years, today that couple is no more. So you cannot say that Kabanda, who is not married, cannot talk about these issues of marriage because of, please, yes, I am not. I am only saying that, and Right Honorable Speaker, some men here were bitter with me, but this is the truth.
Honorable Kabanda is very correct. You men here, you men, you come from the village. When you become, somebody helps you to become a member of parliament. When you come here, become a member of parliament, all you do, you go and start marrying left, right, center. And leave the women who helped you to come to parliament. Leave the women suffering there. Kabanda is very right.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, this document is straightforward. What we want, what we need is to create awareness about domestic violence and see how best we can eliminate it. That's what we need. Can we have a team here that has been waiting since yesterday. Can we have their report presented? Honorable Kajwenge, can you summarize that report before the Prime Minister comes in?
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the petition of the Council for Abavandimwe regarding alleged infringements by the government on the rights of Banyarwanda who are born and raised in Uganda.
Pursuant to Rule 30, Sub-Rule 13 of the Rules of Procedure, the petition was laid on this House and now it is ready for reporting. Honorable Kajwenge, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much. Indeed, I am going to summarize this report, but before that, I'm presenting a report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, which was given to us by the House to process. I beg to lay on paper.
On table.
I beg to lay on table the minutes and other documents relating to processing of this report. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the petition of the Council for Abavandimwe regarding alleged infringements by the government on the rights of Banyarwanda who were born and raised in Uganda. I'm going to summarize this report. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 16th of April 2024, the parliamentary sitting on a Tuesday, Right Honorable Sewungu, MP for Kalungu, presented a petition, Kalungu West, presented a petition from the Council for Abavandimwe regarding the alleged infringement by government on the rights of Banyarwanda who were born and raised in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker referred this matter to the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable.
We need a clarification. Who are the Bavandime? Because you are mixing Banyarwanda. Yes, but I'm listening. You are mixing Banyarwanda and Bavandime. Who are Bavandime? You define it so that we understand.
Right Honorable Speaker, the statement is very clear. It is a petition by Abavandime, but on the matter of Banyarwanda. It is very clear and we have understood. The statement will explain. Have you read it?
What is your statement about?
My statement...
I try to avoid mentioning those tribal things again, because you will think I'm again tribal. Yes,
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the petition that was presented before this August House, which we processed, was on the rights of Banyarwanda who were born and raised in Uganda. But it was presented by an association of Abavandimwe. I am done with introduction.
Why don't you people listen to the report and then you'll react
my report, Right Honorable Speaker, has a rich background, problem statement, but and it is uploaded.
And I want to tell you people, you're talking about these people, they are here. They are watching at you. And you have representatives here in the House.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, they are here. They are there. Mr. Kashumba, can you stand up with your team? All of you. I even have one who is a voter in my area. Is he there? That one there is my voter.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker,
Oma, thank you for coming.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me quickly present the report.
Yes.
Having given the background which is there, rich as it is, in their petition they had specific prayers. And these are that the relevant Committee of Parliament investigates the segregation and the violation of rights of the Banyarwanda in Uganda and makes a report, which we have done. That the House urges Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control and NIRA to to issue national passports and identity cards to the Banyarwanda based on their recognition by the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as an indigenous tribe in Uganda. Prayer number 3, that a Munyarwanda be appointed as an immigration officer and supervisor to facilitate a fair interview process as opposed to being interviewed by a Mufumbira. 4, Right Honorable Speaker, I am presenting a petition, as it were. Their prayer number 4, that the alleged corruption at the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration be investigated. Honorable colleagues, this is the methodology that we followed to arrive at a report being presented before this August House. The committee, while considering this petition, sought to determine the alleged government infringement on the rights of the Banyarwanda who were born and raised in Uganda. And during the process, the committee held meetings with and received written memoranda from the following. 1, the Honorable Joseph Sewungu Gonzaga, MP, the Honorable Christine Kaya Nachimwero, MP, District Woman Representative Chiboga, the Minister of Internal Affairs.
Yes, there's a procedure, Madam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue being a sensitive one, wouldn't it be procedurally right that a minister responsible for this docket is asked by the Prime Minister to come here and be there when these issues are being tabled before this House? Because I don't think these are matters to be taken lightly. These are serious issues. If the Prime Minister can look for any of these ministers to be here so that we can move in a proper direction.
Prime Minister will handle. She's a super minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I was reading the list of people we interviewed, people who submitted to us written memoranda. I had finished the above. So the National Identification, Registration and Identification Authority, the leadership and representative members of the Council of Abavandimwe, the honorable people who are in the gallery. We also listened from the leadership of Omubano Association. Umubano. Right Honorable Speaker, we also reviewed the following documents: the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Registration of Persons Act Cap 332, Uganda Citizenship and Immigration Control Act Cap 313, and the report of Uganda Constitutional Commission of 1993, very rich document, the Odoki report. We had our findings and recommendations. I beg that I answer each prayer as presented. Prayer number 1 was that the relevant Committee of Parliament investigates the segregation and violation of the rights of the Banyarwanda in Uganda and makes a report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee reviewed considerations for defining a Ugandan citizenship and citizen rights according to the Uganda 95 Constitution. Specifically, the committee based on the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to establish who should be considered a citizen and the rights and obligations of a Ugandan citizen. According to Barrier, the report down there, to establish who should be considered a Ugandan citizen, the rights and obligations of a Ugandan citizen, I beg your pardon. According to Barrier, citizenship holds legal significance and is often used interchangeably with the nationality. In Uganda's legal context, citizenship refers to every individual who was a citizen at the start of 1995 Constitution. and remains so. In contrast, Professor Varia suggests that nationality includes both legal and sociological dimensions. The committee noted that sociologically, nationality may represent a group of individuals with the same or similar ethnicity who share common ancestral roots, language, color, and culture. These individuals can belong to an ethnic group within a specific nation or across several nations, inhabiting a common geographic area and sharing collective culture, language, and beliefs. In this context, Uganda is inhabited by various nationalities, including the Banyarwanda. The committee is aware that Chapter 3 of the 1995 Constitution outlines the different categories for qualifying as a citizen of Uganda, including citizenship by birth, citizenship by registration, and citizenship by naturalization. The Constitution recognizes individuals born in Uganda and parentage as citizens by birth under Article 10A, and acknowledges the Banyarwanda community as an indigenous community in the third schedule of the same Constitution. Article 10 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda states that the following individuals shall be citizens of Uganda by birth. A, every person born in Uganda, one whose parents or grandparents is or was a member of any of the indigenous communities existing and residing within the borders of Uganda as at 1st day of February 1926, and set out in third schedule to the Constitution. And B, every person born in or outside Uganda, one of whose parents or grandparents was at the time of birth of that person a citizen of Uganda by birth. However, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, being born in a country does not automatically make one a citizen. Specific conditions must be met. For example, having parents or grandparents with diplomatic or refugee status at the time of birth may disqualify an individual as provided for under Article 12 of the 1995 Constitution. Citizenship by birth is limited to those whose parents and grandparents belong to Uganda's indigenous communities and were residents of Uganda as of 1st February 1926, when the country borders were finalized. Therefore, the committee asserts that citizenship by birth in the Ugandan context was intended for individuals born in Uganda with traceable ancestry. The indigenous communities were listed in the third schedule of the Constitution as those present and residing within the borders as of 1st February 1926, to acknowledge their existence and rights. As such, citizenship by birth rights in Uganda depend on being recognized as part of an indigenous community listed in the Constitution. Ugandan citizenship has obligations, including renouncing all other citizenships for non-Ugandans seeking citizenship and demonstrating national loyalty. However, the committee noted that the Constitution classified Banyarwanda, a nationality, as a tribe or indigenous community in Uganda. In Rwanda, in the Republic of Rwanda, the known ethnicities include Bahutu, Batutsi, and Batwa, who together form the Banyarwanda community. The committee observed that given Uganda's long history of receiving and maintaining Rwandese refugees in the country between 1957 and 1960, who fled during the uprising that removed the Tutsi monarchy and hegemony brackets of Rwanda, many such Banyarwanda acquired citizenship through registration since they had overstayed in Uganda and assimilated with other indigenous Ugandan groups. However, classifying Banyarwanda community and recognizing them as an indigenous group was the genesis of the citizenship problem of Banyarwanda in Uganda. It potentially makes the entire nation of Rwanda an indigenous community in Uganda. Individuals from Rwanda can claim Ugandan citizenship based on the indigenous community recognized in the Ugandan constitution. Yet, some Banyarwanda desiring the rights of Ugandan citizenship and those who wish to become Ugandan citizens still want to maintain their Rwandan identity because of their roots in Rwanda, raising questions about their loyalty. The committee opines that removing connotation of Rwanda in the Banyarwanda title would require a constitutional amendment so that the Banyarwanda can belong to their original tribes within Uganda's boundaries, which were carved out of Rwandan kingdom. Therefore, while the petitioners argue that Ugandan authorities are infringing on their citizenship rights concerning national IDs and passports, the Minister of Internal Affairs explained to the committee that every applicant undergoes an interview to verify the facts detailed in the application forms, ensuring that all legal requirements are fulfilled. Since Banyarwanda born and raised in Uganda have fully integrated with the local community and no longer speak Kinyarwanda, despite having names of Rwandan origin, this makes it challenging to determine their Ugandan identity based on their Rwandan ethnicity. Therefore, if there is uncertainty about information provided by the applicant during interview, the responsibility to demonstrate eligibility for Ugandan citizenship rests with the applicants themselves. Based on the above analysis, the committee observes that the alleged segregation and infringement on the rights of the Banyarwanda, including challenges to their citizenship, passport denials, and confiscated national IDs, arise from the dispute on whether all Banyarwanda are indigenous to Uganda. The timeline of events and the historical background regarding their classification as Banyarwanda in the Constitution will perpetuate the debate over who genuinely qualifies as a Munyarwanda residing within Ugandan borders as of February 1st, 1926. The current sieving process and legal framework is comprehensive in dealing with applicants for national IDs and passports. Minister of Internal Affairs is obliged to issue identity cards and passports to those who qualify for Ugandan citizenship according to Uganda's laws. Thus, applicants for national identity card or passport must prove their identity as Ugandan citizens as they assert. Consequently, each application is evaluated individually based on the provisions of the Constitution. The applicant's biographical details in the application are assessed against legal criteria, leading to a conclusion based on a balance of probabilities. The committee therefore recommends that 1. Indigenous communities in the 1995 Constitution should be determined based on their ethnicity and ancestral criteria. Banyarwanda, who cannot trace their ancestral lineage but have lived in Uganda since birth, should seek alternative forms of Ugandan citizenship of naturalization or registration as outlined by the law. Prayer number 2, that the House urges Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control and NIRA to issue national passports and identity cards to the Banyarwanda based on their recognition by the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as a tribe in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, during the petition's consideration, the Banyarwanda alleged that the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control and NIRA infringed upon their rights by denying them passports and national IDs, claiming they could prove their citizenship. The committee noted that rights and privileges under Chapter 4 of the 1995 Constitution accrue to all categories of citizenship. Therefore, the primary concern for the DCIC and NIRA is to ensure that individuals are correctly identified and placed in the appropriate citizenship category to identify and issue passports and national IDs. The ministry informed the committee that officers are instructed to evaluate whether a person is a citizen of Uganda by birth based on the constitutional provisions and related laws. Each case is examined individually to ascertain if the applicant fits the defined categories. During the process, some affected Banyarwanda are directed to apply for naturalized citizenship and renounce their Rwandan citizenship before obtaining Ugandan travel documents or national IDs. As at the meeting date, NIRA reported to the committee that statistics of those Banyarwanda whose citizenship status is still under review are detailed in Table 1. The ministry further revealed that the classic examples of the individuals mentioned in the petition did not provide specific details to determine the extent of the facts relating to segregation and violation of rights. However, through DCIC, the ministry responded with information on the status of each of the cases mentioned in the petition. And these are elaborated in Figure 1, part of this report. And it can be forwarded. It's part of the report. Drawing from the above, the committee observes that 1, a large number of applicants for national identity cards who received a notification to cancel their registration was based on inaccurate information or fraudulent registration. 2, that the lack of a national ID severely affects the livelihood of the affected Banyarwanda, as they cannot transact with banks, enroll in school, or obtain necessary SIM cards, among other things. Additionally, those with expired passports studying or working abroad have been denied renewal, forcing them to abandon their jobs and education. However, the petitioners did not present any proof of these allegations to the committee. The ministry issues national identity cards and passports to eligible Ugandan citizens in accordance with the Constitution, adhering to strict criteria for determining citizenship and passport or ID eligibility. Individual applicants must submit personal information which undergoes assessment based on legal standards. All Ugandan applicants, including the Banyarwanda community, recognized as indigenous in Uganda, in Ugandan national ID or passport, those who do not fulfill the citizenship requirements specified in Article 10 of the 1995 Constitution are encouraged to consider naturalization or registration procedures. Under Section 57(1) of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 332, the NIRA can cancel registration after notifying the individual to show cause against the registration. The committee therefore recommends that 1, all aggrieved Banyarwanda should pursue the dispute resolution process outlined in the Section 83 of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 332, and Section 10 of the Ugandan Citizenship and Immigration Control Act, Cap 313, if they are unsatisfied with the decision made by NIRA and the DCIC respectively. NIRA has set up an internal citizenship verification committee to handle such cases. The committee is responsible for the investigating claims of citizenship by birth and providing recommendations to the management regarding whether an individual's registration should be upheld or revoked. On the other hand, the ministry has a National Citizenship and Immigration Board to address complaints. Still, if the affected does not find redress with the board, he or she can appeal to the minister. If the applicant is still aggrieved, he or she may appeal to the High Court of Uganda. 2, the Ministry of Internal Affairs should increase awareness and educate all citizens, including Banyarwanda, about their citizenship rights and obligations. This table, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, includes responses to to the complaints contained in the petition of the Council of Avandime. The petition presented names to convince the committee that those were the ones denied IDs, passports, and the status. We presented these names to Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ministry of Internal Affairs responded on each and every name presented. And details are contained here. Prayer number 3. The response was that each one was denied because they either had entered Republic of Uganda with a Rwandese national ID, which was in the system. Specific names that are here were denied because Director of Citizenship Immigration presented to the committee evidence on each and every name submitted. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, prayer number 3 of the petition was that a Munyarwanda be appointed as immigration officer and supervisor to facilitate a fair interview process as opposed to being interviewed by a Mufumbira. The petitioners informed the committee that during passport application process,
Honorable members, can you listen?
Petitioners informed the committee that during the passport application interviews, applicants are interviewed by immigration officers from their respective tribes. However, Banyarwanda applicants are interviewed by a Mufumbira tribe immigration officer, even when he or she may not fully comprehend the Chinyarwanda language due to the heavy influence of Ruchiga on the Bufumbira Chinyarwanda dialect. The ministry informed the committee, honorable colleagues, that recruitment of immigration officers who interview applicants for passports is carried out in accordance with the laws that govern recruitment of public service in Uganda, prioritizing qualifications, skills, and competency over tribal affiliations. The committee believes that the ministry appreciates that many indigenous applicants might not be proficient in English. Also, officers must comprehend the relevant local languages to assess an applicant's connection to an indigenous group accurately. Therefore, the committee asserts that the ministry's administrative recruitment strategies are thoughtful and culturally sensitive, ensuring that the selection of qualified individuals suited for the immigration officer role are followed. Prayer number 4. Alleged corruption at the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control to be investigated. The petitioners informed the committee that during the process of applying for passports, the immigration officials at DCIC had allegedly made it a norm to extort bribes ranging from Uganda's 10 to 15 million from the Banyarwanda applicants under the pretext of granting them passports. The ministry informed the committee that applying for passports is now robust and has significantly reduced opportunities for bribe solicitation. Applicants must visit the DCIC passport portal and answer security questions. After this, one can print the payment advice form and use it to pay the fee at their chosen bank. Once paid, one can schedule an appointment through DCIC homepage link, print the appointment form, and visit the passport center with the form and required documents. Ordinary passports are charged 250 with an additional 150 for express processing, payable at the bank separately. Therefore, the committee found this automated process exhaustive and capable of minimizing personal contact, which may often lead to bribery. The committee thus tasked the petitioners to adduce evidence of the allegations to facilitate clear direction for investigations to be initiated, to no avail. Accordingly, the corruption allegations in the petition could not be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, conclusion. The committee reviewed the petition and makes recommendations for Parliament. It concluded that the classification of the Banyarwanda, a nationality, as an indigenous tribe, confuses their citizenship rights in Uganda. As such, the Ministry of Internal Affairs must ensure that national IDs and passport applications are highly scrutinized to ensure that applicants prove eligibility if uncertainties arise. Indigenous communities must be recognized by their ethnic lineage. The Banyarwanda, who cannot trace lineage, should seek alternative Ugandan citizenship and use legal processes if they disagree with NIRA and DCIC decisions. The Ministry of Internal Affairs should educate all citizens, including the Banyarwanda, on their rights and responsibilities. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. And what the Chair is reporting borders to Article 43C of the Constitution. Could we first hear from the Minister?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want to inform members of this August House that the President met the group that is talking about Bavandimwe and these others on 25th October this year. He briefed Cabinet on 28th October, and Right Honorable Speaker, a number of things are being done. And I want to promise members that government is doing a lot to make sure that this is solved. Thank you so much.
So what do you want to, what is that you didn't present in the committee? Honorable members, the Minister is saying, I wish you could sit. It is, honorable members, the Minister is saying the same team had a meeting with the President and brought up all these issues for an action. Whether you make a correction, the person to implement is government. Okay?
Right,
no.
Right Honorable.
Until you all sit down.
Right Honorable.
Until you all sit down. Honorable members, this is a very sensitive matter for you people to discuss. No. It is a very sensitive matter. You are even going to chase away people from Uganda. Eh? Why don't you listen? If you're not going to sit down, honorable members, this report is going to be adopted and we want action from government. We want action. Prime Minister, we want action from you. We are adopting this report. But when you make noise, Sit down. Members, please. Members, please sit down. Honorable members, sit down. There is only correction. There is only one correction. There is just a correction that is going to be made. Yes, Dr. Bedi.
Right Honorable, in the presentation by the chair, he called the citizens of Rwanda Banyarwanda, which is incorrect. The citizens of Rwanda are Rwandans. And we should,
that is okay.
We should correct that on our answer.
That one should be corrected in the Hansard. Yes, Hajat. No, we are only making corrections. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a granddaughter of Banyarwanda. Those are my mothers. Allow me amend and add one or other resolution. I don't want to go into the merits. I can realize your fears. Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The prayer number 2.
Respect the person on the floor. Respect the person holding the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker. Prayer number 2 is about there's so many difficulties people are encountering at NERA. And then the resolutions and the recommendations have been made on insufficiency of evidence that was taken before them. But it does not mean that people are not finding a lot of difficulties. So we would like to urge the ministry, NERA, and that they take care of interests of indigenous Banyarwanda that have been in the country, not to be denied by official documents. That's the national ID and the passport. That recommendation, I really take care of your fears.
Ajat, that is operation. That is operational and generic. Even just Ugandans who are known to be Ugandans, you must prove that you're Ugandan, you're coming from this area. That's generic. That's operational. That one should not be in.
But
Yes.
right Honorable Speaker,
No, but that is okay.
with your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, I earlier came to this Parliament and put it to the Minister Internal Affairs that actually Banyarwanda, we have find it extremely difficult to access passports. I told him that I have cousins and personal relatives that are forced into a naturalization process. Now, you cannot denounce what you have never been. People that had never been to Rwanda and have never assumed the Rwandan nationality cannot be forced to denounce a nationality that they have never
they
been
only
belonged to.
have the passports. Government has committed itself on that. Yes.
Right Honorable.
Yes, Government Chief Whip. Government Chief Whip. Government Chief Whip. Honorable members. Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, having listened to the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, and having attentively also listened to your guidance and the response of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, indicating to this House that on the 25th of October, His Excellency the President met the group that had petitioned Parliament, whose report has been presented on the floor. He even committed that he will solve this issue. And also looking at the fact that the matter involves the names of two countries, Uganda. When you talk about Rwandese, you're talking about Rwanda. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion without notice under our rules of procedure that the report of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs be adopted by this Parliament with the amendment made through the correction. I beg to move.
Honorable members, the Prime Minister made a commitment that is an executive action being taken. Can you sit? That there is an executive action being taken by government. It was discussed in the cabinet and actions are being taken already. So we will not adopt the report because the other one supersedes the report of today. So we want to thank you. We will wait for your response. We will wait for the response from the minister on the actions that have been taken. Next item.
Statement by Minister on the commemoration of the World AIDS Day.
Prime Minister's time.
Okay. Item 8 on the order paper. Statement by the Right
Honorable members, maybe to our dear people up here, government has taken it up to make a follow-up on what you raised in the report. That is what is happening. It has already been discussed and it is taking it up itself.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the government for its position, Madam Prime Minister, through the Speaker. The issue is now about time frame because as we are talking, these people want passports. They want their documents and they don't have IDs. So I would seek your indulgence through the Madam Speaker to know the time frame that would solve or report back to Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Point of order.
My order.
Right Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Chofa in order to cross the front row of the right-hand side to the front row to the left? On the Minister Kampala, State Minister Kampala.
Honourable members, I want my people to leave. Let the Prime Minister first commit, and I have my people leave.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thought I would get some very quick guidance from you before the Prime Minister does come. Right Honourable Speaker, the doctrine of separation of powers is a preponderant doctrine. Parliament has got its modus operandi. The executive is a separate arm of government. I thought, Right Honourable Speaker, that it would be prudent for us as Parliament to execute our mandate. Because there's a committee report, let's do what we want with it. As Parliament, we can even say we have thrown out the report or that we are adopting the report, whatever the case might be. But the executive should also do its work. I am not too sure when we abdicate our responsibility as Parliament, because there's a petition that came, it was processed by a committee, and it has come to us. Right Honourable Speaker, I would think that we neatly finish our job as Parliament and let the executive also execute its mandate, but that there be no fusion. For us, we should neatly, in my view, we neatly finish our job. We have a committee report before us. Let's process it, deal with it as we deem fit. And I'm finishing, Honourable Minister.
I'm on a point of procedure.
Come again?
He's on procedure.
I raised on procedure. You were not attentive, Honourable Minister. Let me finish my point of procedure. Let me finish my point of procedure, then you will come.
Okay.
Calm down, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Loeb.
So, but I was saying, if we could finish neatly as Parliament, then the executive, whether it be out of that committee report or whatever the case might be, does its job too. Thank you.
Honourable members, much as we respect the separation of powers, but we complement each other because this involves the multi-sectoral approach. If the owner of the sponsor is in agreement with us, is in agreement, yes. You are not the sponsor. You give the sponsor. You give Honorable Sewungu.
And Madam Speaker, he's not a minister. He should be sitting at the back bench. But he's seated in front here, very irregular here, but he's causing problems. No. Madam Speaker and the other members, Madam Prime Minister, you see, the Speaker was saying that we adopt the report. And once we adopt a report with the challenges in it, that we are going to cause a debate, you as the Prime Minister came out and you gave evidence that our team, our group met Genome 7 in State House, as you stated. But even the name is okay, it's on record. So, once you gave that, I am against adopting a report that is challengeable on the floor. I can assure you that. So, that's why I asked for time frame. Because at the end of the day, this report will suffice in Parliament. In case you don't meet the required time over the
Thank you very much, Right Honourable
There's
Speaker.
a procedure matter.
I heard the Government Chief Whip clear, moving a motion that the report of the committee be adopted. You asked whether, I heard the Government Chief Whip, and you asked whether the motion was seconded. And it was seconded.
No, not yet.
I didn't.
You didn't hear what
I didn't.
It was seconded.
No, it
No.
was not.
Doctor, I said the statement of the Prime Minister supersedes the statement of what was presented in the report. Just give us the timeline.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I want members to believe in government. One of the reasons being that the team that brought a petition here already met the President, like I said. On 28th of October, the President briefed Cabinet and guided, and the issues are being acted on by the Ministry. I am now giving a time frame. Honourable Speaker, I beg that government be given 2 months to act on this.
Thank you. And keep giving us updates. Keep giving us updates on how far. Next.
Item 8 on the order paper, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 3rd to 5th December 2024.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me as lead of government business to make a statement in this House regarding business of the succeeding week. Below is the business of the succeeding week from 3rd to 5th December 2024. Number 1, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2023. Number 2, the UPDF Amendment Bill 2024. Number 3, statement by the Minister of Internal Affairs on expired Ugandan national IDs. Number 4, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development will present a comprehensive report regarding key issues on GROW project in the country. And then number 5, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development will present a statement updating this House on the prepaid Yaka meter upgrade. Number 6, a statement by the Minister of Education and Sports on the new A-level curriculum. Number 7, a statement will be presented by the Minister for Kampala, Capital City Authority, on the drainage status of Jogula Channel, which feeds into Nachivubo Channel, which caused massive flooding of St. Bali Kudembe Market, Owino. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Item 9 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time.
Honorable Speaker, as usual, I got a question from Honorable Helen Kaunde, District Woman Representative Kiriandongo District, on e-waste management, according to her, which is a crucial component of development and environmental protection. It involves the safe disposal and reuse of electronic products such as computers, cell phones, printers, and other digital devices that are no longer in use. And her prayer is what are government's e-waste disposal and management interventions in Uganda. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my response is that the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance coordinates. Honorable Speaker, I beg for your protection. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance coordinates the implementation of the e-waste management policy supported by the e-waste steering committee, which includes NEMA, UCC, and KCCA. These institutions collaborate to ensure sustainable management of e-waste. The e-waste management policy of 2012 provides an overreaching framework for e-waste management. Honorable Speaker, this is augmented by the strategy of electronic waste management of 2013 and the guidelines for e-waste management in Uganda of 2016. The revised National Environment Act of 2019 established a legal framework for waste management and provides for aspects of e-waste management schemes, including extended producer responsibility and equipment return to vendor, that is take-back schemes. The National Environment Waste Management Regulation 2020 further includes specific provisions on the management of e-waste separate from hazardous waste. Honorable members, government through National Environment Authority and National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in collaboration with other stakeholders, launched the e-waste management collection center located at plot 66, 6th Street Industrial Area in Kampala in June 2021. The center carries out rudimentary management of e-waste, including collection, sorting, and dismantling. Additionally, private e-waste management handlers such as Binit, Nabugabo Updeal Joint Venture, Meridium Waste Uganda Limited, have been licensed by NEMA to handle various aspects of e-waste management, including collecting, sorting, dismantling, and disposal. Cognizant that the infrastructure for e-waste management in the country is still rudimentary and insufficient, the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, with funding from World Bank, is undertaking a project to establish a central e-waste management center and regional collection to facilitate effective and sustainable e-waste collection including plans to subsequently progress to refurbishment and recycling of e-waste in the long term. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, government is currently undertaking the following measures due to the increased need to address the e-waste management. 1. Review of the e-waste policy of 2012. Needs and readiness assessment of e-waste collection centers. Number 3, infrastructure and process requirements evaluation for e-waste management facilities. Number 4, capacity building of handlers on e-waste management. Number 5, training of stakeholders on e-waste management. Number 6, Right Honorable Speaker, is assessment of the operations and capacity of stakeholders and the e-waste collection center to collect, store, repurpose, and recycle e-waste in Uganda. Number 7, engagements with international computer refurbishing e-waste management firms to establish a plant in this country. Number 8, coordination and regional e-waste management initiatives under East African Communications Organization. Number 9, development of a central and regional e-waste collection and management facilities with support of partners such as the World Bank. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, e-waste management is emerging as a challenge due to increased use of electronics and technology that is ever evolving. New devices are becoming more sophisticated and are manufactured from varying proportions of materials such as metals, glass, plastics, and therefore disposal after requires robust approach. Government is therefore ready to devise and implement sustainable strategies to ensure sufficient funding for e-waste management, including utilization of extended producer responsibility schemes and the setting up of an e-waste management fund. The second question came from Honorable Alina Itwerauben, Member of Parliament, Isingiro West. In his question, he gave a narrative that in the fulfillment of one of the presidential pledges for the people of Isingiro, the government of Uganda secured financial support from World Bank to a tune of US dollars 169 million to support the irrigation for climate resilience project for Kabuyanda irrigation scheme. And that this irrigation project has a command area of 330 hectares targeting 7,000 households in the areas of Kabuyanda sub-county and Kabuyanda town council in Isingiro West constituency, plus Chikagate sub-county in Isingiro South constituency. MS Inyas Construction Limited from Eswatini of South Africa was awarded a 3-year contract with effect from May 2023 for the construction of Kabuyanda As Dam project. The project was launched by both Honorable Aisha Sechindi, State Minister of Water, and the Honorable Bright Rwamirama, the Minister of State Animal Husbandry, in August 2023. Since then, according to the Honorable Member, the operations of this project have been so opaque to the extent that both the local leadership, even the area members of Parliament, were left in the darkness as far as operations are concerned. That the Honorable Minister for Water has on 2 occasions quietly visited the project site without the knowledge of the local leadership. And that the area members and not even having a courtesy of briefing them on the purpose and the findings of harvest. To their surprise, on 2nd September 2024, that the contractor MS Enyas Construction Limited prematurely terminated their contract with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and the reason being delayed payment of Uganda shillings 2.343 billion. However, some reliable sources indicate, according to him, that the performance of the project was at 20.93% out of the target, and that this has left the whole project in a mess and confusion, and that the project site that has deep borrow pits, deep trenches, and all types of excavations which are a danger to animals and people, especially during these rains. And below are his prayers that the people of Isinjiro would like to be updated on the next course of action as far as construction of Kabuyanda irrigation scheme is concerned. His other prayer is that the contractor MS Enyash Construction Limited should, with immediate effect, clear all the outstanding payments of both workers that have been laid off and all service providers. The third prayer is that the dam site should be secured and protected to avoid accident and disasters, especially during these rains. His prayer number 4 is that an investigation should be carried out on the operations of all these irrigation for climate resilience projects. That Honorable Speaker, my response is that the Ministry of Water and Environment executed a contract for the construction of Kabuyanda Earth Dam in Isinjiro district with Inyach Construction Limited at a contract price of 84.574952 billion. The contract was signed on 23rd November 2022 and commenced on 11th May 2023. Physical progress stood at 21% as of September 2024. That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry received the High Court judgment on 30th August 2024. Among the High Court orders issued in the judgment are the following, which directly affected the ministry and performance of the contract. 1. That Enyash Construction Limited, Enyash Group Holdings Limited, and Abusak Bank Limited are restrained from discharging the bank guarantee in respect to the construction works of Kabuyanda Earth Dam in Isinjiro district, pending the hearing and final determination of the dispute before the International Chamber of Commerce, Paris, in France. Number 2, that the government of Uganda, represented by the Ministry of Water and Environment, is hereby ordered to withhold the payment of 21 billion Uganda shillings, 221,615,641 shillings to the first respondent, pending the hearing and final determination of the dispute between the parties before the International Chamber of Commerce. Right, Honorable Speaker, arising out of the above High Court judgment, Enyash Construction Limited breached the contract by illegally subcontracting the works for the construction of Kabuyanda Earth Dam in Isinjiro district to Prince Consultancy Services Limited without consent from the ministry. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, following the High Court judgment of 30th August 2024, the Ministry of Water and Environment received notice from Nyash Construction Company or Limited, dated 2nd September 2024, purporting to terminate the contract, citing non-payment. Thereafter, the contractor commenced with demobilization activities from the site. Upon review of the contractor's purported termination notice, we observed the contractor's notice of termination was defective, since the contractor's right to terminate had not accrued under the contract. The contractor's actions of intentionally refusing to remedy its breach by failing to resume work persistently exuded its unwillingness to proceed with the work in accordance with the contract. Government, in accordance with the relevant clauses of the contract, therefore terminated the contract on 1st October this year. Right Honorable Speaker and members, government has sought the intervention of the Attorney General to counter the High Court orders restraining discharge of the bank guarantees in respect to the construction works for Kabuyanda Earth Dam. This will enable government to cash the advance payment guarantee and the performance guarantee. Government, with the support of the World Bank, that's the funder, has commenced the process of procuring another contractor to complete the works for the construction of Kabuyanda Earth Dam. A new contractor is expected on site by February next year. That is 2025. The third question, Right Honorable Speaker, came from Dr. Asimwe, Florence, District Woman Representative, Masindi District. She says that every season we present a legislative agenda indicating the bills the executive will present to Parliament, and that we have passed many bills that have become acts. And her prayer is that when is Parliament receiving regulations accompanying these acts for proper operationalization? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that regulations are a form of statutory instruments made under the authority of an act of Parliament, all under the Constitution. Other forms of statutory instruments include rules, orders, ordinances, and bylaws. In the process of making the principal regulation all an act of Parliament, Parliament may confer or delegate its legislative power to another person, who may be the President, a minister, or any other authority like a board or council. This delegation is explicitly conferred by the Act of Parliament, and there should be a specific provision in the Act that provides for the making of regulations that states the minister may, by statutory instrument, make regulations for the better carrying out of or giving effect to the provisions of this Act. The power given to the minister by an Act of Parliament to make regulation is discretionary. Hence, the use of the word may. Where the minister is constrained to implement the Act as a result of the nature of the Act, the minister may go ahead and make regulations to implement the Act. However, there are other instances where the Act is self-implementing and may not require regulations. In this case, the minister may not necessarily make regulations. Section 14 of the Interpretation Act, Cap 2, gives Parliament powers to confer its law-making power on other person or body, thus enabling that person or body to make laws. this process is the delegation of Parliament's legislative power, and resulting laws are known as regulatory instruments, which include regulations, rules, orders, ordinances, and bylaws. As a general rule, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, such delegation needs to be expressed by Parliament, by an Act of Parliament, as required under the Constitution in Article 79(2). For regulations to be brought to Parliament, the Act of Parliament must specifically provide either that the regulation be laid before Parliament, 2, a resolution of Parliament is required, or 3, the regulation be made with approval of Parliament. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, there is consequently no legal obligation for all regulations to be brought to Parliament, except where the Act of Parliament provides for it. Question number 4 is from Honourable Keyo Peter, Member of Parliament for Bukoli Island, Namaingo District. His prayer is, what plans does government have for constructing a secondary school per sub-county, especially in the hard-to-reach areas like the islands of Namaingo? My response, Right Honourable Speaker, is that government of Uganda, as you all know, has a policy to ensure that each sub-county has at least one secondary school. This is part of the broader goal to improve access to education, especially in remote and hard-to-reach areas, including island districts like Namaingo. The focus is on constructing schools in underserved regions to enhance education equity across the country. Namaingo has 11 sub-counties, out of which 5 sub-counties have got public secondary schools. It has 3 islands, out of which 1 Siguru has a public secondary school, leaving out Bukana and Rorwe islands that will be planned for in the medium term. In addition, government has already completed and operationalized Mwema Seed Secondary School in Mutumba sub-county under the first phase of Intergovernmental Physical Transfers EU-GIFT program. The construction of Hemba Seed School under the second phase is also underway under the same program. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, Namaingo Town Council has also been earmarked for a seed secondary school under the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project. Worship. His prayer number 2 is that I want to answer his prayer number 2 by saying that government has plans to construct boarding schools for both primary and secondary schools in the Karamoja sub-region. According to him, why can't this same program be extended to the islands that are equally disadvantaged? My response, Right Honourable Speaker, is that government's initiative to build boarding schools in Karamoja is based on the unique challenges in that region, such as insecurity, nomadic lifestyles, and the need to stabilize the education system for the vulnerable communities of Karamoja. And Karamoja has historically faced challenges linked to pastoralism and cattle raiding, that is known as cattle rustling, making it difficult for children to access education without boarding facilities. It is true that government under the Karamoja Primary Education Program upgraded 21 primary schools in all the 7 districts in the Karamoja sub-region. The project was funded by the Irish Aid, and it was concluded in 2017. The construction of seed secondary school across the country, supported by World Bank, does not include boarding facilities, as they focus on the provision or providing day school under the Universal Secondary Education Program. However, government recognizes the need for boarding facilities in island districts and hard-to-reach areas, and plans to address these issues by incorporating such provisions once resources are available. Prayer number 3, that what plans are in place to retain teachers in hard-to-reach areas in like islands. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that government has put in place the following measures to retain teachers in hard-to-reach areas. Hardship allowance. As you are aware, teachers in remote and difficult locations often receive additional compensation through hardship allowances to offset the challenges of working in such environments. The Minister of Education and Sports has been liaising with the Ministry of Public Service to include island schools among the hard-to-reach spots so that they receive top-up allowances. Staff accommodation. All seed secondary schools being constructed have staff accommodation. Plans are also underway to improve housing for teachers in remote areas to encourage them to stay. For instance, the construction of teachers' houses near schools is a priority in many rural and island districts. Question number 5. Honorable Kintu Alex Brandon, Member of Parliament Kagoma, Jinja District. According to him, many agro-processing machines face power challenges, hence affecting agro-processing projects across the country, such as coffee factory in Nyanzi, Kasanda district, which was established under SCDP program and is currently hindered by lack of a transformer. His prayer: can government prioritize the provision of adequate power supply to these vital projects? My response: the Agricultural Cluster Development Project, SCDP, has facilitated the establishment of numerous agro-processing machines across the country. However, many of these projects are located in areas without an existing electric supply line. To tackle this challenge, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is taking a twofold approach. One, framework contracts for power supply. The ministry is finalizing procurement framework contract for the bulk supply of power line construction materials, as well as labor and transport under the Small and Medium Enterprise SME framework priority projects. Subject to availability of funds, this initiative will enable the ministry to quickly and efficiently install transformers whenever needed to support the agricultural production and value addition. Number 2, electrification of agricultural processing facilities. In the financial year 2023-2024, with the technical support from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Ministry of Agriculture electrified 21 agricultural processing facilities despite budget constraints. Additionally, 95 more agricultural processing centers have been identified and submitted to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for inclusion in the upcoming projects. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is collaborating with the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a targeted plan for the electrification of agricultural value addition and production centers across the country, including irrigation schemes specific to the Nyanzi coffee factory in Kasanda. Government, through the Ministry of Energy, will provide a transformer. Number 6, Honorable Nakut Faith, Napaka district. That in 2016, when government rolled out the upgrade of health facilities and construction of health infrastructure in Uganda, Karamoja district local governments were poised to wait for the Italian loan and therefore were omitted from U-Gift loan. It is reported that to date, government has upgraded over 340 health facilities in the country, while Karamoja and especially Napaka district awaits for the Italian loan, which is closing 10 years in the offing. A number of people have passed on due to shortages and absence of health facilities. And her prayer, can the Right Honourable Prime Minister, when will Napak district health sector be served with health infrastructure? Honourable Speaker, below is my response. The 10 million euro Italian loan delayed due to negotiation bottlenecks between the two governments. However, the Italian government has dispatched the funds, and we have them in the Bank of Uganda on a special project account. The procurement process for the works has been finalized, and evaluation reports sent to the Italian government for a no objection as per the financing agreement. Honourable Speaker and members, once the government of Uganda receives the no objection, works will begin immediately. The Attorney General has already approved all the 9 contracts for the 9 districts for Karamoja. 9 contracts. Works will begin this financial year. The government is also exploring other funding modalities for Karamoja and is also co-financing the Italian support with Uganda shillings 9 billion in addition to the 10 million euros from Italy. Question number 7 also came from Honorable Nakut, Napaka district. And that in July 2022, at the Golden Jubilee celebrations in Kangole Girls SS, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda promised that the cabinet would consider prioritizing the construction of a girls' dormitory to support the girl child education in Karamoja. And her prayer is that in which financial year will the estimate for the girls' dormitory appear in the national budget. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Kangole Girls SS has been prioritized and is on the list of traditional schools to benefit from the U-Learn project. This project will rehabilitate and provide infrastructure for traditional secondary schools, among which is the Kangole Girls Senior Secondary School. The project is pending approval by the Global Partnership for Education, GPE. Number 8, Honorable Mapenduzi Ojara, Laibi Division, Gulu City. Government promised to provide, according to him, updates of the progress of Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, as NUSAF 4, but it has taken several months with no feedback. His prayer, can I update Ugandan is on the progress of NUSAF 4? My response, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable members, that Cabinet in its meeting of 24th January 2024 authorized my office to design the Northern Uganda Social Action Project, that is NUSAF 4, with the support of World Bank to address the high poverty levels in the greater Northern Uganda. Noting the satisfactory performance of the previous NUSAF 3 project, where 3,031,690 poor and vulnerable persons from 338 households benefited from the project funds in 5,299 villages, 1,536 parishes in the 67 participating districts. The proposed NUSAF 4 will provide effective income support to build the resilience of poor and vulnerable households in northern Uganda. The project design and consultations have been concluded by the project design team consisting of my office, the National Planning Authority, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Ministry of Health, Inspectorate of Government, and other relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the National Planning Authority has issued clearance for the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to make arrangements for negotiations with World Bank and proceed with financing. The Minister of Finance has notified the World Bank, and negotiations on the project are still ongoing. The project shall also require approval of the World Bank and Parliament before commencement, which is anticipated in January 2025. Question number 9 is from Honorable Achon Julius Boa, MP, Atuke East, or Tuke East County. That his prayer is, can I inform the people of northern Uganda on the steps or plans, government plans, to undertake the position of northern Uganda to tap into the global demands of shea nuts? My response, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the shea nuts is a tree widely grown in eastern and northern Uganda. Currently, efforts have been mainly at community and local government on conservation of these naturally growing trees in the world, not to be taken up by the charcoal business. However, as government, we note that the economic importance and nutritional value of these trees and will look into the measures to propagate them. Government is currently engaging with development partners to incorporate additional oilseed crop, including shea nut, cashew nut, macadamia, and has facado into the national oilseed project, supported by oilseed crops. Government is confident that integrating these priority crops will lead to focused efforts to enhance their contributions to the oilseed and vegetable oil value chain in both regional and international markets. Right Honourable Speaker and members, farmers also have the option of selecting shea nuts as an enterprise to undertake the parish development model. Question number 10, can I update this house? It came from Honourable Regan David Agago. And his prayer is that, can I update this house on the status of implementation of national oil seeds in northern Uganda, that there are no signs of any impact of this project. My response, Right Honourable Speaker, that the national oil seeds project
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, a procedure. Why don't you allow the Prime Minister to finish?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving a procedure matter, to allow me to raise the procedure matter. Actually, we can raise procedure. There's nothing wrong with that. Madam Speaker, I raised under Rule 41 on 41.8a and for Prime Minister's time. Whereas I thank the Prime Minister for being patient with us that we commenced her time a bit late. But A says 40 minutes will be provided for responding to written questions and 20 minutes to responding to oral questions, so that we have also time to give out oral questions. But I was just wondering if...
We are the ones who spent her time, so let's allow her to finish. I will only give about 3 or 4 people for oral.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want members to...
Actually, you have taken 5 minutes now.
Appreciate that these questions come from members. So I try to make sure that we answer these questions and give answers satisfactorily. Thank you so much. Right Honourable Speaker, My response is that the National Seeds Project, NOSIP, is a 7-year initiative that started in 2021 to 2028, jointly implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and that the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Local Government. Building on the successes of the Vegetable Oil Development Project, Phase 2, that is started in 2010-2020, NOSIP operates in 81 districts, clustered in 2 hubs, that's West Nile, and northern Uganda, northern, eastern, and midwestern, and Karamoja. In northern Uganda, the project is active in 17 districts, including Lamo, Padel, Kitgum, Gulu, Amul, Nwoya, Omoro, Agago, Kwania, Otuke, Lira, Aleptong, Amurata, Apache, Oyam, Dokoro, and Kore. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the project aims to address the shortfall in domestic oilseed production and increase the local output of vegetable oil and related byproducts. Its primary development objective is to accelerate commercialization in key oilseed value chains, thereby improving livelihoods and resilience of smallholder involved in oilseed production and marketing. Actual implementation of the project activities commenced in the financial year 2023-2024. The following have so far been carried out. 1. The National Oilseed Project has provided inputs such as soybean foundation seed and fertilizers to 48 clusters in the region for multiplication to ensure availability of quality declared seed closer to the farmers. This in turn supports farmer groups in growing the seed as grain to increase production and productivity, improve nutrition, and enhance backward and forward linkages within the region. Number 2, extension service. The project has provided refresher training for 273 district extension staff to support farmers in the implementing seed value chain activities and to enhance production and productivity. Number 3, MAIF, through the project, procured and distributed 162 motorcycles per district to ease mobility, 2 motorcycles per district, to ease mobility, enhance service delivery, and boost the production and productivity of agricultural commodities. Number 4, clustering and formation of farmer groups to enhance oilseed production and productivity, contribute to crushing material for value addition, and support the animal feed industry within the country. These farmer groups facilitate aggregation and promote collective marketing across the regions. The project is currently working with 637 farmer groups, that is 380 in Acholi and 257 in Lango. Number 5, research and development. With the funding from this project, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is supporting Nursery, Naro, and Makerere University in conducting adaptive research to develop improved varieties of soybean, groundnuts, sesame, and sunflower. This research aims to facilitate farmer multiplication and increase the availability of quality seed on the market. Number 6, initiated the procurement for construction of community access roads in the 2 sub-regions. The procurement process for contractors for batch A totaling to 1,034 kilometers across the entire project area is ongoing. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I thank you for your patience. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, and thank you for your patience. As we leave the Prime Minister to rest a bit, can we hear from Honorable Chofa as we give you 5 minutes to rest?
Statement by Minister on the
Yes.
commemoration of World AIDS Day.
Thank you, Honorable Chofa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a statement on the commemoration of the World AIDS Day, which will be held on 1st December 2024, this Sunday. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, every year Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate World AIDS Day on 1st December. So the commemoration is meant to raise awareness about AIDS epidemic, show solidarity with those living with HIV, accelerate interventions in the fight against HIV and AIDS, and reflect on progress and challenges that inform strategies and efforts in the fight against the epidemic. Right Honorable Speaker, this event provides a powerful platform that is well aligned with the Presidential Fast Track initiative for ending AIDS and as a public health threat in Uganda by 2030 and mainstreaming HIV for epidemic control. The initiative aims to ensure that nobody is left behind. It promotes increased focus on proven effective interventions of the HIV response and addresses prevailing gaps in the coverage of key services in the country. Currently, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has an estimated 1.9 million people living with HIV, out of which 1.2 million are currently on treatment, as according to Ministry of Health annual estimates. The national HIV prevalence in Uganda currently stands at 5.1% among adults aged 15 to 49 years. There are a lot of disparities, however, in the burden of HIV and demographic group and geographic area. For example, HIV prevalence is higher among women, standing at 6.5% compared to men at 3.6%. Despite of all that, Right Honorable Speaker, there remain challenges the country is facing towards ending AIDS in Uganda by 2030. The new HIV infections stand at about 38,000 annually, and about 19,000 deaths were recorded in 2023. Infections among young people 15 to 24 years accounted for nearly 40% of all the new HIV infections in the year 2023, with new infections occurring 3 times more among young girls compared to boys in the same period. Men, take care. Eh? So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the National World AIDS Day 2024 theme is accelerating interventions to end AIDS by 2030, which aligns with the global theme. Human rights are essential to ending AIDS as a public threat, health threat by 2030. This as well aligns with the new global AIDS strategy of ending AIDS by 2030 and commitment to zero new HIV infections, zero AIDS-related deaths, and zero discrimination. Right Honorable Speaker, the objective is to inform and seek your support towards the commemoration of this day, which will be held on 1st December, like I said before. The commemoration will be held in Buyende district at Bukungu Town Council. As a country, we always commemorate this day to take stock of achievements in the fight against HIV and AIDS and rededicate our efforts to the fight against this epidemic. It is therefore critical to have an accelerated sensitization of the public about the prevailing risk of new HIV infections and what the community needs to do to mitigate the risks. Commemoration of World AIDS Day provides us a strategic opportunity for engaging the public. In this regard, the Office of the President will provide oversight to the new AIDS Commission to ensure that community sensitization is intensified as part of the commemoration activities. I therefore, as I conclude, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I seek your indulgence to note the following key aspects. One, to note that the World AIDS Day will take place in Buyende District, Bukungu Town Council, at Bukungu Primary School. Two, the preparation, to inform you that the preparations of the commemoration of the World AIDS Day 2024 have already commenced. 3, to inform you that the World AIDS Day will be commemorated on 1st December 2024 under the theme Accelerating the Interventions for Ending AIDS by 2030. 4, to inform you that all of you are requested to support the preparation for the commemoration of World AIDS Day and relay HIV messages across the country as a national leaders to increase HIV awareness and advocacy. 5, you are to inform you that to wear the red ribbon as a symbol of standing in solidarity with the people living with HIV and awareness creation. 6, to also seek your participation in the commemoration of the World AIDS Day at Bukungu, Buyende District. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That we are requested to support in the preparation. How do we support in the preparation?
Right Honourable Speaker, the finances are budgeted for, so we might, but we need your mobilization, and also your presence is very key, because that is the time when we must make a statement to the whole world.
Thank you.
That as a country we are one in this battle.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. But as we celebrate the AIDS Day, as we celebrate the World AIDS Day, you should be aware that some people cannot get ARVs in hospitals. So that is one of the things that you should look at. People in the islands cannot be able to access to this medicine. There is a lot of stigma. People fear to speak about it. So create that environment where people get freedom to speak about it and know that it is something that can be handled. Can we go back? The Prime Minister has taken tea. Christine.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. We are ready to celebrate. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm representing the Shadow Minister for Gender. This is the right time to reflect on responsible living, especially in terms of discipline by women and men. It is high time we emphasize the causes for HIV. And when we emphasize the causes for HIV, that is when we shall be able to bring out responsible living. That one should come out clearly. Right Honourable Speaker, this issue of overemphasizing the treatment other than the prevention.
The cause.
other than the cause. I mean, prevention other than the cause.
Honorable Minister, as
This
you
is
go and talk
very
to the
important
people,
message on this day.
talk
Such-
about prevention.
Yes. And this message should be carried by us to our teenagers. Today morning we are contemplating on the causes of gender-based violence. Right Honorable Speaker, discordant couples. It is very difficult for discordant couples to have harmony in their marriage. It is very difficult, even when the couples are all affected or infected. It is very difficult for such a marriage to be in harmony, especially when you know it is him or it is her who brought it to you. So, Right Honorable Speaker, working to reduce on the scourge of HIV has also an implication on the welfare of our marriages in Uganda. I thank you, Minister, for the statement, and I pray that we all do certain initiatives within our respective constituencies to commemorate the day and also to bring our population with updated information on HIV/AIDS. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you.
Kabanda, the man, not the woman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for his statement. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to seek clarification from the Minister, because when we were choosing the theme of the day, the theme reads as follows: the National World AIDS Day 2024 theme is accelerating interventions to end AIDS by 2030. Now, I am just seeking clarification from the Minister. There are people who can live with HIV even for 30 days, 30 years. And these are 6 years away from now. So when you say that your target is to end AIDS by 2030, are you looking forward to killing those who live with HIV? What are the information?
Thank you for giving way for information. They have given information. I just wanted to give information to my honorable colleague that I sit on the health committee, and indeed we visited a number of health centers of country and even around central here. Madam Speaker, the most amazing thing is that we have been told there is a decline in the number of patients who are actually going to get ARVs. And the main reason for this is that there's no longer confidentiality in the health centers where some of these patients go to collect their ARVs. And it is making most of them not go to health centers to actually get the necessary treatment. So maybe that is an issue can be put.
Doctor.
More information.
Doctor, then the chair of HIV/AIDS.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The trait of this House is that when eloquent people come to speak about issues, you afford them enough time. The question was by Honorable Kabanda was how you are going to achieve ending AIDS by 2030. So there's a very big distinction between HIV and AIDS. By HIV, we are talking about the virus that infects people and runs into the DNA. The acquired immune deficiency syndrome is what phenotypes or comes out when your immunity has gone down. So it is possible that we can achieve that if we all put our hands on the deck to fight the Armageddon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair HIV.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Doctor for that clarification. And to further answer Honorable Kabanda
it is very possible for us as a country to end AIDS by 2030. And that's why we are focusing on the Presidential Fast Track Initiative and also implementing the 95-95-95. What do we mean by that? We want to ensure that every Ugandan is tested. And if we can test 95% or 99% of all the Ugandan population, we will ascertain those who are positive and those who are negative. When we know those who are positive, then we enroll you on treatment. And that is the second 95 or 1990. Can I finish? Please. Please. I know he's a doctor. You will seek your clarification later.
You are also a medic.
Yeah, thank you. So, when we enroll those who have been found positive on treatment, and then we go to the next 95 or 99, and that is suppressing. We make sure that those who are on treatment stay on treatment, and we suppress the viral load. And once we suppress, the chances of you infecting another person comes down, and it is very minimal. And that's why we are saying, all of us, you know, with the law that we passed, we can't force every Ugandan to go and test. But the reason why we are saying join hands together with us to mobilize people in our communities so that they get to know their status, get enrolled on treatment, and those who are negative, we advise them and encourage them to stay safe. Those who are positive, we continue appealing to them to send a message that let it end with me, so that you do not infect another person. Right, yes. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to seek your indulgence. Honorable members, HIV and AIDS is still wearing a female face. When you listen to the minister's statement, 5.6% are women, 6.5% are women, vis-a-vis the 3.8 men. Now, when you go to the new infections, the 58,000 new infections, 3 in each of that population are young girls between the age of 15 and 25. That is the worry, and that is the fear, and that is the alarm that all of us should make. If we do not allocate and find resources and put them in prevention, and we only focus on treatment, we are not going to achieve the goal of ending AIDS by 2030. Because the new infections are on the rise, and they are in the active age of the young girls. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me have Mwenge, then I have
thank you.
Government Chief Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm not a medic. Chief Whip. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg the attention of the Chief Whip and the Honorable Kabanda. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not a medic, but I've been in the HIV sector for some time. I don't mind whether I've been a VHC or not, but as long as I can raise my issue. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. Unfortunately, we are giving our input when the Minister of Health is not here. And my concerns, the two of them, directly will go to the Minister of Health. One, Right Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate the World AIDS Day, we want the country, specifically the Minister of Health or the Prime Minister, to give us a pronouncement on the current issue that we are hearing about of PrEP, where somebody can get an injection. I've been hearing about it for 2 months and you are not infected, or you get tablets and you don't get infected. Right Honorable Speaker, my fear is this one may miss.
It is called a PEP.
No, PEP is post. I told you I know some of these things. PEP is post. Let me raise my issue. PrEP is pre-exposure. That's the one I'm talking about. For you are talking about PEP, which is post-exposure. I told you I'm a VST who knows these things. Right Honorable Speaker, my fear now is when we talk about this thing of PrEP, without giving our people enough information, sooner or later, condom use will be abandoned, people will get reckless and start doing live sex, as I may say, and maybe later on, if it is not working well, we shall have new infections. So we want the Prime Minister or the Minister of Health to give us a clear statement about that, because they came even and launched it in my district and other districts in the country. How is it going to impact on the spread of HIV or control it? The chairperson here is telling me it does. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, I have been seeing statistics. And of course, with the recent saga in the population census, some of the statistics, you cannot believe in them. Statistics about HIV prevalence in different regions. I come from the Toro sub-region, specifically Fort Portal City, which is near my constituency. And it is the leading, and the minister is emphasizing that Fort Portal is the leading. Apart from statistics showing Fort Portal as the leading area in terms of HIV prevalence, I have not seen any deliberate, specific effort by government, Right Honorable Speaker, apart from giving us statistics and causing fear, a specific deliberate effort by government to contain this prevalence rate of HIV in my region. I beg submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a very important subject matter that touches on the life of the people of Uganda. My first submission, which I want to bring to the attention of this Parliament, is that the prevalence rate of HIV/AIDS is on the increase. Fort Portal City leads with a prevalence rate of 14.7%. Mbarara City follows with a prevalence rate of 14%. Chotera is number 3 with 13.7. Then in that sequence, Masaka City, Lira City, Soroti City, Arua City, and others. The point I want to raise to the minister, I'm bound by collective responsibility, but let me raise this. We seem to be emphasizing more of cure than prevention. I recall when we were young kids in primary, there used to be the film of the late Philly Bongole Lutaya, Alone and Frightened. And I recall either in P3 or P4, when we watched it, seated on the ground, I can assure you the fear it caused up to now is the reason I am safe and sound up to this moment. But it also appears that our partners are not focusing on that. Our partners, our development partners, are seemingly focusing on treatment. So I think, Honorable Minister, I have raised this time and again. That time is up for us. You know, fear itself will make you move cautiously. Fear. That fear is no more. Our young people, especially like our young girls, they fear pregnancy more than getting infected with HIV/AIDS. So, Honorable Minister, we need to rethink our direction. In fact, the earlier we do it, the better. Because this prevalence rate is too much for us now. With Fort Photo leading, but for me, my question is, why have we abandoned going to these traditional schools, showing these young people the danger using the Fili Bongole Lotaya? We have only adopted this other song as the HIV/AIDS anthem. But that film, when he flew back, he went to Gayaza, he greeted the people of Uganda, he said, God willing, I will go, I will return. And he didn't return back alive. We have abandoned that. That is the reason why young people now, they do no longer fear. So for me, I want to move that we introduce that for young people to continue watching. Because now you hear people say, it's about stigmatization and what have you. You see, AIDS of those days would make you look so thin. But that causes fear. That fear is one of our preventive strategies that we must go back to. I beg to submit.
Thank you, thank you. I had visitors, Honorable Kevin Keinego from Kenya. I think she's gone. And Honorable Mansi David. Sorry, they have left. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I welcome the statement from the Minister, and I'm happy the Right Honorable Prime Minister is here. Honorable colleagues, what Uganda is best known for in this generation of 30 years is that we are champions. We are leading the whole world in AIDS and HIV and AIDS prevention, SCARG. We should not let that go. I'm happy, and the government chief whip has clearly elaborated it. But my point, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is when it comes to care for our infected people, somehow the donor community came in, our development partners came in and took it away from government. I remember, Right Honorable Speaker, after we had passed the anti-homosexuality bill, what was being put in our face was that they were going to withdraw money for PEPFAR. These are 2 million Ugandans useful to our country. Then I was wondering, can the Republic of Uganda that championed the fight against this actually take care of our infected people? My answer is yes, we can. Thank you. Because so that, and the more they encroach on that strategic part and take it, in fact, the another research that needs to be done is whether these young people, where the rate of infection is high, is related to the new move of LGBTQ and queer. So that then we can link how come the development partners are so interested in encroaching on our success story. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, you've heard all this, what has been said about HIV/AIDS. We are better off preventing than cure. Aisha?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Back to Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2022, the President appointed 16 judges in acting capacity who were forwarded to Parliament for approval, and indeed Parliament approved all of them. 2 years later, the same names were returned for appointment in substantive capacity. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the 16 names was Lady Justice Bukira Farida, who fortunately, well, unfortunately, was the only Muslim among the 16. To date, Lady Justice Bukira Farida has not received her instruments of appointment to fulfill her mandate, yet the President appointed her in substantive capacity and Parliament approved her appointment. May I know from the Prime Minister what went wrong to the appointment of Lady Justice Bukirwa Farida. Who's standing in the way of her appointment, and how would we help her? How do you help her as a fellow lady? I thank you.
Prime Minister.
To a serious Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I have taken note of the member's question. I promise that I will liaise with the judiciary, that is the Chief Justice, the Justice Commission, and make sure that we handle that matter. And I will report back thereafter.
Right Honorable Speaker, any timelines?
Honourable members, maybe as a chair of appointments committee, we received 16 names for appointment of 16 judges. Then they came for confirmation. We confirmed all of them. We wrote a letter confirming all of them. And then in between there, I think there was a problem. The Judicial Service Commission has been investigating the said judge. And what now the Prime Minister will make a follow-up is how far that report from the Judicial Service Commission has reached with the President. That is basically that. And we should be able to hear from the Prime Minister soon than later.
Right Honorable Speaker, that's much appreciated. That's much appreciated, but it casts doubt in the process, because before the President appoints someone, due diligence is done. And before Parliament approves a person, due diligence is done. And when we approved her, there was nothing wrong with her record. When, say, judiciary is investigating the person, it casts doubt in the whole
Judicial Service Commission.
Yes, that the Judicial Service Commission is investigating the person of the Lady Justice. It casts doubt in the whole process whether actually the government machinery or the systems we use to investigate our people is reliable or not. This tells a lot about our systems.
Let's give the Prime Minister benefit of doubt. I think I know that case a little more. Let's give the Prime Minister benefit of doubt. One thing I'm aware of, she has been exonerated. Prime Minister will get back to us on that issue. Because it was not on matters of judicial, it was matters political. Yes, Abeja.
Thank you. This Obua here is a bullery.
Obua, why are you looking at Abeja?
He knows my beauty. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. It's because our able Prime Minister is around and my brother. Right Honorable Speaker, my first maiden speech on this floor of Parliament was concerning education. My question to our Right Honorable Prime Minister: what plans do you have for parishes without government-aided primary schools? Primary first.
No, Abeja wants primary
Primary first. We have vulnerable children. We submitted primary schools who are struggling. For these schools to be coded, I kindly beg, please.
Thank you. It is a really beg.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the policy of government is that we have a public primary school per parish, a public secondary school per sub-county. We have been constructing these primary schools and equipping them and coding community primary schools. Madam Speaker, we shall be handling this in a phased manner, funds permitting. I will request her to liaise with my office, put this in writing so that I can see how best we can. But the minister in charge is here. You come and carry your cross. I had not. No, let him come. Please come and support.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister is saying exactly what I should be saying. Government has plans to ensure that all parishes in this country have at least a primary school. And not only primary schools, but every sub-county in the country will have a secondary school. And so the story goes like that. We want everybody to go to school and remain there until the cycle is complete.
Are you answering Honorable Abeja's question? Honorable Abeja is not asking for too much. She's only asking for primary.
Honorable Abeja is my sister. I've been to her constituency and we are doing something about what is happening there.
So you're in touch with her?
We are in touch. We are working together.
Honorable Abeja, kindly go to the ministry. Go to the ministry and make a follow-up.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I really want to Honorable Abeja to come and talk so that it is on record, so that the minister can commit.
Honorable Abeja has told me they're in touch, but she can.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Education is my brother. But there was a day the Junior Minister of Education came here and said their money which was allocated for coding this school has not been released. So maybe the minister should get in touch with the Minister of Finance. If this money is there, let them release this money and they go and code these schools.
Honorable Muyingo, get in touch with the Honorable Abeja and Finance and have the schools coded and report back to the House. Report back to the Prime Minister. And we need a response in this House. Honorable Abeja, if they don't do it, you come back. Yes, Pascal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Switch on.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, on several occasions we've been raising matters concerning ex gratias for local leaders in around 3 districts in Acholi sub-region plus other districts. Up to date, Right Honorable Speaker, these people have not yet been paid their money. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not having peace with our local leaders, most especially the LC ones. In any functions we go to, any gathering, we must respond to such queries. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I request you to give a commitment towards paying these ex gratias of the local leaders, because this is where they source their earning, where they feed and live onto the same amount of money that government gives to them. So we pray that today so that we also, as we are going back, can give clear information to our leaders that the Right Honorable Prime Minister promised this money will be paid within this period. I request Right Honorable Prime Minister to make a commitment to this. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Padel woman MP is my mulamu, my sister-in-law. I've been to Padel a number of times. The issue of ex gratia is not only in Padel or northern Uganda, it cuts across the country. In a report by the Ministry of Finance in Cabinet last week, it was observed that there was under budgeting by some local governments. And so we are handling the matter, not only for Padel, but also other parts of the country. We shall rectify the problem.
And remember, we budgeted for that money. Can we, Grace? Akifensa. Akifensa for you can choose any side, but since you are in yellow.
Sorry, it's this side.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to greet everyone here, and I want to appreciate everyone being my second day here. I would like to raise my concern about our tourism roads in Kisoro. They are really in a dire situation. We want to be heard. We want our voice to be heard. They are really bad.
Honorable members, yes.
Yes, we also have issues of a bridge that overthrew. It has damaged people's gardens, and it needs immediate attention. We also have floods in Kisoro that are happening now, heavy rains, and destroying people's crops. Maybe they will have to give them some attention.
Honorable members, Honorable Akifensa, thank you so much. That is our maiden speech, and it takes some people a year to make a maiden speech. Yes, there is another maiden speech here.
From me. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank you very much and for having welcomed our Member of Parliament and for giving her time to speak on the main speech. But I want also to appeal to the Prime Minister that now we are a bit stronger because the MP is from Uchimbiri County, where you visited and you found that tourism roads are really a problem. I thank you very much.
Yeah, he's actually repeating what the Honorable Akifensa said.
He's trying to emphasize. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, it is on this note that I felt I needed to inform you. There is a problem that happened last night in the district of Lambuli. So many people have died. As I went out, I got a call and they told me in Bulambuli district, people were covered by landslides. So many homes, I'm told above 50 homes. And so far they have retrieved 13 bodies. And the bridges were washed away by the heavy rains and floods. Our machinery is finding it difficult to reach the place to rescue. I had a meeting this afternoon, and I believe they are having another meeting right now. But I thought it wise to inform the House.
The Prime Minister had actually informed the House before you came.
Okay. So I wanted us to take a note that we have that problem in the country. Now, let me talk about our roads from our sister. I want to congratulate you first of all and to thank you for raising this very pertinent question. The Honorable Speaker, tourism roads are priority roads by the NRM government. A number of strategies have been put in place. So roads like this one of Buchimbiri, I still remember Buchimbiri and many others where our tourists will be going or will go, will be worked on as a matter of priority. I am told that because on Monday we talked about this in cabinet, and the minister in charge of works, Honorable General Katumba Wamala, informed us that contracts have been awarded for some of the roads, and we are still, the president still directed that we prioritize other roads in your district so that our tourists find it easy. And of course the upgrade of the airport also, because our people, our tourists do not need to fly all that long distance. They will be flying there and then they get vehicles and access our tourist sites. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to conclude by informing you that we have got money from China and those roads will be worked on.
Thank you. Honorable Fedra.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The procedural issue I want to really raise in regard to the Honorable Grace's submission, besides the tourism road and the status of the roads in this country and flooding, is that this is not only particularly to her constituency. Uganda and the region has been blessed. Everywhere, right from the Prime Minister, this country has been receiving rain. And the rains have flooded everywhere. And this catastrophe has caused most bridges and most of the national roads to be washed away. And I remember a couple of weeks ago, the Minister of Works issued a statement in writing. So
what is the procedural
now, the procedural issue I'm raising, would it be not procedural right for the Prime Minister to instruct the Minister to come up with a comprehensive plan and strategy to the challenge of the different roads that have been washed, the bridges across the country? In reference to my constituency, Madiokolo, 3 UNRWA roads have completely been cut off. From Pakwachi to Arua, you cannot cross. From Arua to Madiokolo, you cannot cross. The information I can share is UNRWA said, or Minister of Work said, they cannot repair these roads until the rains are done. But people need to move. Emergencies need to be to be responded to. So what would it be procedural right for the Prime Minister to come up with a comprehensive measure to respond to all these challenges as far as the road sector in this country is concerned, and we have it once and for all?
I think the disaster we have in the country is really too much. Let's give the Prime Minister time to go and call all sector ministers, sit down and agree on what should be done in the country, not even in one specific area, in the country, because disaster is everywhere in the country.
In line with what you have, on how you have guided, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in the Cabinet on Monday, the President guided and said that we need to prioritize maintenance of our roads and bridges. And we are doing exactly that. So I will definitely bring the ministers here to come and inform you of our strategies, because we have already a strategy in place.
Thank you. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2.